En esta no se pudo, pero en otra vida nos casamos y viajamos por el mundo. Nos mudamos a un pisito en el segundo y mis padres son amigos de los tuyos. Nuestros hijos heredaron mi paciencia y tu sonrisa. Caminamos y leemos poesía. Mierda que no fue genial en otra vida. En esta no, no sé por qué no se nos dio. Tal vez un capricho de Dios o el coraje que siempre faltó a los dos. Pero yo aquí te esperaré. Si cambias de opinión, no es tarde para volver a estar juntos tú y yo.
En otra vida se nos alineó la luna y los planetas. La rutina no pasó a ser un problema. Nunca hubo un tercero en la cuenta. Lo sé porque a veces lo sueño y se siente tan real que casi empiezo a pensar que el mal sueño es este y esa es nuestra realidad.
Pero yo aquí te esperaré. Si cambias de opinión, no es tarde para volver a estar juntos tú y yo. Aquí te esperaré. Si cambias de opinión, no es tarde para volver a estar juntos. En otra vida escribimos un felices para siempre, pero en esta solo me tocó perderte y esperar que de algún modo me recuerdes. Estoy aprendiendo a cuidarme. En esta no se pudo, pero en otra vida nos casamos y viajamos por el mundo. Nos mudamos.
Hey y'all, how we doing? ¿Cómo estamos? Hope you're doing well. You know, we're pushing through, always pushing through, always working hard, always trying to keep our head down and do what needs to get done. Man, there's always something. And these little annoying things aren't too bad. There's always something worse. I'm trying to figure out, let's see. Oh, nope, they don't want to do that. Would like to put it. Ay. Let's try this. Wait, this is what I'm not getting is, hold on. It's not FLC, it's not media. So, all right, who knows about OBS? Because this is really annoying here. I'm going browser, chat, and every time that I try to post it up here, it comes out white. Oh, that's funny. Watch. You see? So I don't know why the chat's coming out white like this. Does anyone know what I can do here? Because, damn, this is annoying. Essentially, this is how the chat looks. And I don't know why. It's never done this before. And I was trying to figure out, that's why I pushed back That's why I pushed back the stream. Because I was trying to like figure this shit out. Y de plano no sabía. Like I had no clue how to work it. Can you work it? Can you work it? Yeah, I should have turned it off and on. Yeah. Keeping it easy and Jay Taylor. Are y'all sharing a burner or what? What's going on here? See, and then I could just, if I could, I would just put the chat up like that. But I don't know why this corner of OBS won't let me see. Won't let me do anything else but have like an extra square there. I guess what I could do is let's see here. No, I mean, I don't, y'all need to understand, I'm boring as hell, man. Like, I don't have, you know what I mean? Like, I get and I appreciate when y'all like just don't drag anything sensitive or anything. Like, I don't have shit going on in life. Let me see if I could just let me pop out this chat here. Let me see if this works. Let me see if this will work. Because then I could just close this out. I think I can finesse it this way. Hold on. I think I can finesse it this way. Watch it. We're gonna go. Let's see how good I am. You know, the key is, nope. Okay, not there. Let's try this. It's not about knowing how to do things. It's about knowing application, and we're gonna go Firefox. And look, it's not gonna let me again. What the fuck, man? So it's not letting me put anything on top of this. Hold on. Well, I do have it on dark. I appreciate y'all like helping out here. I do have it in dark mode already. And see, there's something going on here where I guess what I could do is move Chrome all the way on top. But even if I move Chrome all the way on top, hold on. Wait, where is it? Where the fuck is that? This section here, I don't know why it's blocked out. I don't know what's going on with this section behind me, and there's nothing on the list here. Like the waiting screen is that. Okay, now the waiting screen is underneath, which is fine. But I don't know why this corner here is blocked out. And there's a red little square here that I don't know what is going on with this. Because if I go solo, see, it's white out even this chat here. So maybe if I delete this. That's the wait screen, that's the main. And I don't know how to get rid of this top part here. See how my everything like disappears on top over here? See, I can move everything else. The social media handle, everything. What are y'all saying in the chat? I did already close OBS. And so what I thought I was doing by finessing it is having, hold on. Man, I just don't understand why this square right above me is just blacked out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's an absolute boomer moment, but I don't know what, like, I just don't understand the rationale behind this. Do I have both of the same? Where's the live chat? See what I mean? It's like, I understand why this is not overlapping with the, actually, I don't even understand that because the camera is underneath. Oh, here we go. Maybe this way. Hold on. See, I'm putting chrome on top of everything. So you would think that it would overlap here with any of this, but it's not. Oh. Well, I want the chat present, but we're not getting the chat unless I do something like, no, this top one is look, watch, because if I go to the camera, oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's social media. Hold on. If I go to camera, I can move the camera on top. Oh, okay. I don't understand why this wears like this. Y'all are seeing me move, right? Source properties. Anywho. Let me close this out because I thought I was going to be able to use Firefox as, hold on. Here. Oh shit. So this is I mean, I did it wrong, but this might help here. Keep in mind, I did this wrong, but this might help. This is not what I wanted to do, but we're here. That's all that matters. We did it. Lo hicimos. But this is not even right. That's what I was saying earlier, where it doesn't really matter if you do something right or wrong. As long as you get her done. As the poets say. Hold on. Okay, now my question is, what is going on behind here? Hold on. Okay. Something like that. Something like that, right? I did something right? Kinda. We finessed it. This is not correct, but we kind of finessed it, right? I think we did. All right. But this is the, which chat is this? Okay, I don't need this chat. All right, we kind of did it. 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 That's the only thing here is I appreciate the patience so much. Just trying to figure out how we kind of figured it out. We kind of did it. Tech wizard, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Let me see here. All right, I appreciate y'all so much. Sincerely. Let me pop out this chat. I don't know what I did right and I don't know what I did wrong. Also, I didn't even get to really eat because I was trying to figure this out like last minute. If I move this, it's fine. Okay. And is the chat? Well, now I'm worried about this. Is the chat even moving? You know what I mean? Is it? Yeah, it's moving. Mic check. Ha 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 ha. I need to take this. I'm not sponsored, so I'm getting over a cold. I don't know what's been going on with me. Bottoms up. Pretty gross. Oh shit. All right. We did it. The chat is not moving though, right? That's my only concern here. Ah, and I ruined it, huh? Mm. Oh, because it would only do the window. And this is live chat. Blah, 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 blah. But it won't be moving. My thing is just move, you know? Okay, now it's moving, right? Awesome. I think it is. Yes. All right. We're locking it in. Everything stays. We're not changing anything. This is what we're doing now. This is where we live. This is where we're at. Let's see if this works.
How do I reach these kids?
Yeah. And you know what it is? Here's what it really is. Just with everything going on, I'm gonna make some changes. And I just want to be very transparent. I don't know how transparent to be sometimes and what is acceptable and what isn't. And it's also awkward because I haven't talked to anyone in the union. I'm gonna be stepping down, and it sucks. I'm gonna be stepping down as shop steward and the other role that I'm in the union. I'm not in a place at all to fulfill my responsibilities and obligations as a shop steward the way that I would like to and want to. I have no fucking capacity right now to hear, deal with, handle, you name it, other people's problems. I'm barely fucking handling mine. So it's like a really big ego check. And it's a big, I think moments like this is kind of like, do you really care about the work that you're doing and other people? And being of service to the best of your abilities? Or is it just the title that you're interested in? You just want the perks that come with it. And there's not a lot of perks per se. I mean, you might get pulled from a job to go deal with something. And hey, at least you're in an AC room and taking down notes and all the bureaucratic stuff. And you can kill like an hour or two or something like that. And you're getting paid. But I know that like just my head is not in the right place. Everything going on, I'm not in the right position to be able to prioritize other people and being of service and providing quality. Because one thing about me, like if you work with me, you know I'm an asshole, you know I talk a lot of shit, you know I goof around and try to have like a good time. But no matter what you think of me, whether we get along or not, if you ask me to be your shop steward, your union rep, and you're dealing with management, like you know that I'm gonna fucking fight for you and argue with them and try to find any fucking loophole that there is. And I don't feel like I can do that right now, and I don't feel like that's fair to other people. And so kind of taking a step back and saying, hey, I cannot fulfill these obligations to the best of my abilities, and that's going to hinder the type of quality representation that my union members, my fellow union members are going to receive. And I just got to fucking sometimes you just got to step up and say, I can't do this. And that sucks. Y duele, you know, because the ego is there, especially the male ego of like, damn, am I really letting shit get to me? It's like, fuck yeah, absolutely. Now, am I going to let what's happening to me negatively affect the people around me? Not if I can help it. Sometimes there's is leakage. Sometimes there's leakage and there's no helping it, right? And it's going to affect the people closest to you, unfortunately. But the thing is, if you can have some control over it, I think that it's your responsibility to say, hey, you know what? I can't right now. Doesn't mean it's forever. It doesn't mean that it's even long term. It just means that right now, I got to lock in. And I know that's such a cliche thing to say, but I have to focus on myself and be a little bit selfish, I guess. So I just want to kind of like communicate that with y'all, because, you know, one of the things that I was always very vocal about when starting this channel was, hey, like, it is your obligation, your responsibility to organize and do something. And we don't have the privilege or the benefit of saying, oh, I'm just going to be online talking shit. But I just can't right now. I literally had to sit down with myself and be like, all right, am I even going to be checked in these meetings, in these conversations? And the reality is that I'm not. So why am I going to be taking up space when somebody else might be able to step up and not just challenge themselves, but, you know, fulfill those obligations and exceed the challenges presented before them? And it's not a lot of work. It's not difficult. I want to really emphasize that it's no tanto. It's not a big deal. But also I know that right now I'm just kind of like out of it. And that's not fair to the people around me. And I'm trying to be as considerate. Like, you know, I could be a lot of things, but the one thing that I try to be is considerate. And I don't think that's considered to the people around me. And it's kind of weird too, because it kind of becomes part of your identity in the sense of like your workplace. And, you know, having to tell my union members, hey, like, I can't help, like, I can't do this right now. is very humbling. It's a very humbling experience, but it's a necessary one for me to be like, hey, ¿sabes qué? I got other shit to deal with right now. And I want to emphasize, I don't even think a lot of this is a big deal, but that just might be me minimizing things, me trying to feel like I got a hold on shit. And so to emphasize, this is not me throwing a fucking pity party. Like, this is me just being like blunt and honest about like, hey, you know what? I talked a whole lot of shit about doing something, and right now I can't. Right now I can't. Right now, all I can do is try to figure out what's going on and what's wrong. So nothing bad's happening. I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm fine. I am fucking blessed. You name it. I'm all those things. But it's just kind of a little bit of growing pains and figuring out what the next moves are, and how to get better overall. So I just, I don't want to worry anyone or anything. So, but I also, like, if it were to come out like, this guy's not even a shop steward anymore, I don't want to be like, I can explain after the fact. You know what I mean? I just want to be honest and direct in the present moment. So I hope if anyone's got questions, ask away. But for the most part, like, I hope that's clear enough, and I hope that's direct enough. And I hope that y'all can understand that, like, it wasn't an easy decision for me to make, but it's also, I think, the responsible one. And so who knows? And to be honest, like, doing this helps to kind of just disassociate a little bit. So this is a nice, pleasant escape. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for dealing with the technical issues with me and trying to help me out. I appreciate anyone supporting, the channel in any way, whether it's just getting busy in the live chat, hitting the like, subscribing, all that fucking shit. Thank you so much to everyone that's subscribing to the Patreon. Thank you. Like, I can't even begin to thank the people that have been hitting up the Cash App. Like, y'all know who you are. I'm not going to say more than that of respect for your privacy. But I can't even wrap my mind around the support sometimes. And that shit's like, it's y'all do not make it easy to fucking throw in the towel. Let me put it that way. Y'all do not make that shit easy. So I appreciate y'all. And I want to keep, pushing and doing my best. And that's all I can do. So again, my apologies if it comes off whiny. My apologies if it comes off like too parasocial. But if it were to come out, however, I mean, everything comes out that like, this was not even a shop steward anymore. I don't want to come off like, oh, this fool got lazy once we started supporting his channel. And it's like, that's not the case at all. Like I mentioned, I'm not even going to be able to train for a good minute. And that shit right there is so crushing, especially because before this month, I felt that I was finally getting back in shape. Mind you, it took me like a solid 6 months to feel like I was getting back to where I'm like, ooh, I'm moving, and consistency is key. And I was lacking that. But, being basically unable to go for a month, I'm just like, damn, I need to find a new routine that's going to be able to help me out to expend that energy. Yeah, no, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. All right. Actually, let me step back for 1 second. I left something in the freezer and I don't want it to completely freeze. Dude, the backsliding when you're getting active again is the fucking worst. Oh man, look, the only reason why how do I say this humbly? It's not like I ever had this fucking chiseled ass body or anything like that. That's never been me. But you can see the physical changes. And the only reason why I haven't started putting on the fucking, for me, I always think of the Grinch, the pounds like that, is because I wasn't eating. I had no appetite. And So I was like, damn, like I felt my face feels like drained, but I'm like, hey, you know what? I got some abs there still. But it was all malnutrition ass shit. It wasn't even like because I was working out. So I was like, this is a total joke. My apologies. And I, I'm trying to be sensitive to it. But I promise you that I was like, I mean, it makes sense why some people like develop unhealthy, dietary patterns. Like, I feel like shit, but I'm maintaining um, my physique in a way. But it's all just an illusion, you know? So yeah. Yeah, I was beefing it with OBS. Give me 1 sec and let me pull something up real quick. I sincerely appreciate y'all for sticking around through that. I was like destroying like everything around me right now, trying to figure it out off stream. And I was like, you know what? We get along well enough to where I could just force y'all to sit through my old boomer moment of trying to figure out why it is that I'm like not making this thing work for me. Who is a good what's a good thing to watch right now? Who's in the news should be the question. Oh, we'll do this. We'll do this one. Oh, you know what? You think they'll be mad if I do this? I hope not. Hey, my apologies. I'm gonna do this, and Black Liberation Media, Dr. Ball, Two Black, and like just Dr. Sandayada and Lorik, please let me know if I'm overstepping here. But I think this was such a great fucking stream. Please let me know if I'm overstepping, if I'm getting too comfortable. I can't even begin to tell you how fun this was today. Let me start it from the front so y'all from the start. So y'all can really get the vibes over here. The check-in was so much fun. This is beautiful. Everything about this was so awesome. Again, like this is one. All right, we're in July. This is one of like my favorite conversations that has occurred. So I'll be right back. And again, call me out if this is not cool. Let me know. But I do want people to watch this. I'll be right back.
Maybe like this is a stereotypical one, but like maybe this is just what's coming to my head. Like Brighter Day, Kirk Franklin. You know, like musically, that's a cold one. In terms of what I identify, I mean, I remember coming across the term apatheism because, and what that is you just simply don't care about the existence of God one way or the other. I think I remember when I was in college, I was talking to somebody. I have a lot of pastors around me in life, but I was talking to somebody who I'm good friends with who was finishing with the seminary, and we were talking about theology, and at some point I was just like, I genuinely just don't really care about this question. Like I don't have any investment in it one way or the other. So that would fall under it tends to fall under atheism, but it's a little different because I'm not even interested in arguing about it. I just simply don't care. Like that would be the category I fall under. Yeah.
Fair enough. Dr. Sundiata, how about you?
Well, I consider myself to be a historical materialist. Thus, I had the philosophy of dialectical materialism, which puts me in the atheist category. I have two favorite gospel songs, or maybe only one of them is actually a gospel song. The Edwin Hawkins singers "Oh Happy Day."
Mm-hmm.
We'll be singing when we defeat capital. Or I should say my descendants will be saying. And Billy Paul had this cut called War Gods that I think has some interesting things to say.
I like those answers. Old Happy Days is a classic, no question. I'm trying to remember, do you know if that episode of Fresh Prince where they went to church, was that the song Will Smith like fell out singing? I'm trying to remember if it was like This Little Light of Mine or that one. I think it was Oh Happy Day, and he like falls to the
Well,
ground.
Sister Act 2 is what really popularized that song, like for a new generation with Lauryn Hill and all of them.
That's what I was thinking about too. Okay, it might have
Yeah,
been
so much so that they brought it back in this is too much pop shit, but like they brought it back on The View, and Whoopi Goldberg directed them, but somehow Lauryn Hill wasn't there for that. But they brought back everybody else that was there to sing that song. Oh,
She
Happy
was
Day.
late. She was
I'm gonna
just
have to
late.
age. I only remember the original when it came out. Edwin Hawkins singers, brother.
Okay, and Jared, how about you?
Yeah, I actually have a couple. I really actually love gospel music, and so one that I like to always mention because I think it's funny that I was introduced to it in years and years ago in my brother's car while we were on tour introducing then Ben Chavis Muhammad as the Southern Regional Minister to the Nation of Islam. And we were riding around and listening to a lot of gospel. And in that car, I remember hearing, and I don't know the version of it. It's a live performance of the angels in heaven done sign my name. I don't know the name of it. Lord knows I've been changed. Lord know I've been changed.
All right, can we all agree that Dr. Ball just took an opportunity to just flex those pipes? You know what I mean? Can we all just agree that like he knew the name of the song, he knew the name of the jam and everything, and he's just like, oh, but this is my moment to like just really show like my skills, you know? Because I know he was the drummer of his band, right? But was he also lead vocals? I don't quite remember. Does anyone remember whether or not he was lead vocals? Because it seems like he really wanted to be. It seemed like he really, really wanted to be. And I think that's hilarious. All right. Why is that even happening? Oh, because it's in Firefox. Yeah. I will say one of my favorite songs is, it's not a gospel song, but Christian song wise is what is that the devil all the time? This one right here. Like some real like hillbilly ass shit. And to be clear, the reason why I don't really have like a list of gospel songs that I like, they're too motivating. They're too motivating. I'm sorry, y'all, but like it is too, just like my country music, my Christian music, like I don't want to feel like, I don't know, motivated in that way. I want to feel like completely like stripped and torn down and then build myself back up. I feel like gospel is too, at least what I've ran into, too inspirational. I don't want to be inspired, you know? I want to be remembered that like I am unworthy, that I come from original sin. That's, you know, why there's issues here. So if y'all have any recommendations for gospel music that's a little bit less inspirational, let me know. But I don't know that even exists. But I love shit like this. And this movie was whatever.
Are you washed in the blood, in the soul cleansing blood of the Lamb? Are your garments spotless? Are they white as snow? Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?
And like the visuals, like I immediately, and it's funny, it's like so bad. I immediately think of like Blade when they're all like bathing in the blood, you know. So you know that goes to show where I am mentally, not saved whatsoever. Yeah. Look, I know. That's why I changed it. There's a couple things here that I want to look at. Excuse me. I have a bit of cough, but it's getting better. There is like one like YouTube video that I really wanted to watch. Actually, there's quite a bit. Never mind. Let me just pull it up. There's this one. I don't know if we're gonna have time for this one, but this shit's embarrassing. And then actually, yeah, we'll watch that one because I think this one will be good. I hope I muted that when I burped. My apologies. I think that might be it. Actually, there's one more thing that I wanted to cover here, and it is part of breaking points, but I promise it's for a good cause, good reason. Okay, let me just find it. Here we go. Let me make sure I have this here. So we went over this amazing reporting by Camila Lourdes Galarza from Dropsite News. Prosecutor investigating U.S. boat strikes and claims of torture was murdered in Ecuador. Again, shout out to Camila and shout out to Millennials Are Killing Capitalism for, you know, the amazing lecture that she gave on two separate occasions. But the return of Operation Condor is like just one of my all-time favorite Mac episodes. And we all know that, you know, Jay always has amazing conversations there, except for when he brings me around, then it's just like tabloid nonsense. But when it comes to like, you know, having Lara from the Good Shepherd Collective, Lara from Psychic Militancy, you name it, Dylan Rodriguez, you know, just heavy hitters left and right. It's a bias of mine, but the return of Operation Condor is like one of, I think, my favorite all-time Mac episode, because it's a constant reminder to me of the work that I need to do in order to be able to articulate myself and share the history of Latin America someday, hopefully to the level of someone like Camila, right? So again, shout out to them. And I just wanted to cover this breakdown by Crystal Ball on Breaking Points. It's awesome that she's giving this attention, but there's some certain things at the end here that kind of made me uncomfortable, especially with Sagar and Jetty, the white man doing brown face. So here we go.
Absolutely wild story unfolding down in Ecuador that we had to bring to you in relation to some of these alleged boat drone strikes from the Trump administration. Let's go ahead and put this reporting up on the screen from Dropsite. Their reporter Camila Lourdes Galarza says that a prosecutor investigating U.S. boat strikes and claims of torture was murdered in Ecuador. So the TLDR here is that this prosecutor was appointed to investigate not only the boat strikes, but there were a number of survivors from these three different boat strikes. And they all claimed a very similar series of events, that after the drone strikes, then they were apprehended by what appeared to be U.S. service members. They were held for more than a week. They were tortured, and then they were dropped in El Salvador. The U.S. denies all of this. They all describe the uniform that appears to be like the U.S. Coast Guard uniform. I'll go through some of the evidence that Dropsite has been able to compile here that I would say is pretty compelling.
And again, we went over this piece. It was very thorough. The one thing that I want to emphasize, why in the world would quote unquote cartel, narco terrorists, why would they kidnap, torture, and then drop off their victims in El Salvador? It makes no sense. We would have never heard from them again if it was these quote unquote narco terrorists. And it goes against the narrative that the narco terrorists are these, absolute barbarians with no respect for life. So it doesn't track any way that you break this down.
They all showed back up with severe injuries, including their feet were torn to shreds. So there was evidence of this alleged torture. And this woman who was appointed to investigate this as a prosecutor has now been assassinated on the street in Ecuador. Her sister, who tried to save her life, was also killed. Her security detail that she was supposed to have, because it is unfortunately not uncommon for these types of investigators to be assassinated in Ecuador, that security detail, Sagar, nowhere to be found. So pretty insane all the way around. Let me just read to you the beginning of this, and I'll pull out some quotes so that you can get the full gist of the story and some of the evidence they compiled of these allegations. Alexandra Bravo, the prosecutor assigned to investigate U.S. strikes on 3 Ecuadorian boats and the 36 survivors' subsequent accounts of torture and kidnapping, was shot dead in the coastal city of Manta last month. According to police, on June 14th, a hitman aboard a black motorcycle opened fire on Bravo as she and her sister were leaving a cafe at about 11 a.m. Bravo's sister, who jumped to protect her, was also killed in the attack. Upon arriving at the crime scene, officers say they found 5 9mm shell casings in Bravo's injured driver. No sign of the police detail that had been assigned to protect her. The police directorate, which operates entirely under the executive branch, has launched a probe to determine if there'd been an internal security breach. So part of the political backstory here too, Sagar, is that the leader of Ecuador is very right-wing and very much allied himself with the Trump administration, has wanted to be a part of, I can't remember what they call this thing, Southern Spear or something like that, which is the entire operation to drone strike these. And
then again, we read that amazing article on Black Agenda Report about Operation Southern Spear, and I want to give credit to the author for that too. I remember I was super hyped hearing that. Southern Spear. What was their name here? I just want to make sure that I give credit to them, because it was, another very detailed piece. It wasn't like the same quality in terms of like investigative journalism, which is its own unique and skill. It's one thing to be able to recite the history and break down and give analysis. It's a whole different, almost like field to do investigative journalism. And that's not to disparage anyone. It's just like Operation Southern Spear. Is this the right one? Prince Capone, that's who it was, y'all. Prince Capone. Y'all remember this amazing article as well. The point of the Spear, Operation Southern Spear, and the recolonization of the Americas. This is back from December 2025.
These boats that they claim to be drug runners, some have already been proven to have been just ordinary fishermen out there trying to earn a living. So he's really tried to associate himself with that and be a big partner to the Trump administration in all of this. And, while I mentioned before, it's not uncommon for these prosecutors to be assassinated in Ecuador, and she was handling some other sensitive cases, so we can't rule that out. We do know, based on Drop Site's reporting, she was under a lot of pressure with regards specifically to this investigation. They wanted her to really downplay what had happened here, even though you had the testimony and the clear signs of torture among these survivors. She had just actually been taken off this case and reassigned. So if you look at where she was feeling the heat internally from the administration in Ecuador, it was this case that seemed to be the hottest button issue.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to point out, is that recently she had just been taken off of the case inside of Ecuador. Also, Daniel, how do you say his name? Is it
Noboa?
Noboa. Guess where he was born? Miami. Interesting. My own personal jihad against the city of Miami continues.
His own personal jihad against the city of Miami. And look, normally I'd be like in agreement with somebody like this, or just that statement, I should say. The problem is, Sagar's probably opposed of the city of Miami because of like the drinking and party culture, not because of the fucking gusanos, not because of all the reactionary Latin diaspora. Like, this is somebody who still is out here talking about the devil's lettuce, you know, corrupting the youth and all this shit. So when I first heard that, I'm like, yo, like, I mean, this is a reactionary. Like, why would he be opposed to Miami? And then you just take a step back. And this is somebody that was just a couple of years ago arguing with Joe Rogan about like why marijuana should remain a Schedule 1 drug and all this nonsense. And so just understand that we can oppose the same like things for totally different fucking reasons. So don't get caught up with this.
Where he was born, Miami. Interesting. Just, you know, my own personal jihad against the city of Miami continues.
But it is super important to remember that Novoa, I mean, it doesn't get more of a fucking puppet without actually coming out and saying, I'm a fucking puppet. I'm your puppet. And then being born in Miami and being the president of a Latin American country.
So we continue to look inside of this. As you said, initially, I thought, look, it's Latin America. Prosecutors get killed all the time. You know, they even opened the story by saying that there have been multiple of these, you know, the 26th member of Ecuador's justice system to be assassinated since 2020, the second individual investigating state crimes murdered just that week. But it does seem very suspicious that she was killed at this exact moment when she had been taken off the case. She had previously been fighting, investigating, and releasing some of those details. There is obviously immense pressure from Washington, specifically Marco Rubio. What does he call himself? Like the viceroy of Venezuela. He runs the country from his cell phone. He gets Delcy Rodriguez. I mean, this is where bringing in the Washington policy of these, you know, cartoonish vassal states just is so ridiculous. Like this more recent beef between the U.S. and the ICC, which doesn't even have anything to do with us. It has everything to do with Israel. So we're withdrawing from the ICC. We're trying to pressure all these countries to go after the ICC.
Sorry, am I mistaken? I thought the U.S. wasn't part of the ICC. Because I know they weren't. Yeah, the United States has never been a full member. I know this is from July. The State Department launches campaign to dismantle international criminal court's threat to American sovereignty. Media note. This is from July 13th. Office of the spokesperson. Okay, we'll read this real quick. Today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced a sweeping campaign to dismantle the threat posed by the International Criminal Court to U.S. sovereignty. The campaign will feature a whole of government response to systematically disable the ICC's ability to operate, target American servicemen or officials, or otherwise threaten American sovereignty. Exactly. Yeah, they weren't a signatory to the Rome Statute. Thank you so much. So, but I mean, this is next step. It's like, we don't even want y'all to exist to be a reminder of how we and our, you know, satellite fucking states or puppet fucking governments are violating human rights laws. The ICC poses an intolerable threat to U.S. sovereignty. It claims the authority to prosecute and even imprison American servicemen and officials operating on behalf of America's national interest. And you know what? Sometimes that interest might be to mass murder innocent civilians. Have you ever considered that? And the weight and the burden and the guilt that proud American servicemen and officials carry operating that. Is that not, you know, justice for the victims' remaining family members? To know that these people are going to be tossing and turning in their silk sheets at night. Like, come on, like, they're essentially in a prison of their own making. Why do we need to put them in an actual prison? That's not really nice. And they're American after all, right? So they're the good guys. Americans never signed up for this, and all American presidents since the ICC's ratification have maintained that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over Americans. The ICC previously opened an investigation into U.S. servicemen and intelligence officers and has since refused to close these cases. The ICC now seeks to become the unaccountable global arbiter. Whoa, that's our role, baby. That's our job. Whoa, you can't know. Come on now. You know, there's not enough room in the globe. There's not enough room internationally for two people to name themselves, you know, the judges of the world, positioning itself above and beyond the nation state as a super national enforcement arm of globalist bureaucracy empowered to prosecute American servicemen and officials at will. I love that as like painting them, and you know, the Zionists do this a lot. They're a lot whinier. Painting it as like, oh, we're being targeted unfairly. They're targeting us for being Americans. They hate us for our freedoms type shit. No diplomatic option will be off limits in the campaign to dismantle the threat posed by the ICC to Americans. Because, you know, it's like they might come after me. You know, all Americans are at risk by the ICC. In a way, they're kind of like legal terrorists, if you think about it. Like they're using the law to terrorize people. They need to be stopped. The campaign will feature a wide range of actions intended to ensure that the International Criminal Court is incapable of threatening U.S. sovereignty or targeting Americans. Again, like just you and me. Just you and me, pal. Just walking down the street and the ICC can hit us at any moment. Actions under consideration include diplomatic calls for the security of state, deputy secretary, ambassadors, and other members of senior leadership to foreign nations, highlighting the abuses of the ICC and risk posed to Americans and other nations, urging them to withdraw from the ICC. I mean, you know you're the good guys when you're saying, no, please follow our lead and don't have any standard of accountability for human rights. Nations that partner with American law enforcement and the U.S. military or that enjoy benefits of U.S. security umbrella are called upon to reject the ICC's purported authority to prosecute American officials and servicemen. So if all these, you know, countries are like, are they like, hey, you can still like incarcerate us, but you got to leave the Americans alone. Increase scrutiny of nations that refuse to reject the ICC's false authority while relying on U.S. assistance. I mean, that's some mob shit, you know? You got to appreciate the mobsters. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Diplomatic calls urging other nations that, like America, that are not part to the Rome Statute to leverage their diplomatic networks to take similar actions alongside us. Like other rogue states that refuse to be held accountable, let's work together to make the world a worse place. Visa revocations and travel bans for ICC personnel. Talk about targeting, man. Increase sanctions against the ICC and affiliated organizations. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, this is just the future. This is the future of justice, freedom, and the American way. And you're not American if you disagree.
They're trying to get Venezuela. Now, Delcy Rodriguez saying, oh, actually, you know, we also no longer like the ICC, trying to connect it to Nicolas Maduro, ironically, who's currently in an American prison. But when you link these things together, you can see Washington and Rubio specifically love to see themselves as the governors of these territories. Look at 19th century ambition. And in this case, they're putting immense pressure on these governments. They're like, we need this to go away, right? And as we just said, assassination of political justice figures in Latin America is commonplace, unfortunately, for them. And so it's very possible, you know, that she was killed either on orders or through a cutout or via pressure. Who knows exactly what was there? But we do know the U.S. has got a lot to lose if these stories become very public. Also, you know, just as we were talking, just to look at the big picture, a new report actually just came out from the DEA. They had to testify before Congress. Cocaine traffic has not slowed whatsoever as a result. Just in case anybody's wondering.
How it's going. Yeah.
In case anybody's wondering. For the big picture.
Of the
If I remember accurately, I think 70% of cocaine, you know, being smuggled, trafficked, now passes through Ecuador, or it's an increase to 70%, something along those lines. But as soon as Noboa stepped in, and you know his family being exposed for their corporations, you know, having tons or pounds, it was pounds, right, The article used pounds because I think it was quoting from the Guardian. So of cocaine. So I mean, come on, Miami born, president of Ecuador, corporation exposed for trafficking cocaine. Like I mean, all of this, and I say this in the most respectful manner. It all reads like some fucking Miami Vice type of fucking action movie or what have you. I've never seen Miami Vice, but I'm assuming it's along those routes. What is it, Cocaine Cowboys? Never seen it either. Should I? Let me know, please.
This aside of just randomly drone striking and murdering people who we suspect may be involved in the drug trade, it's also not working, even if that was, even if that pragmatic goal was enough for you to justify the immorality here. Put E3 up on the screen because this has some more details about the pressure that she was experiencing. So it's, by the way, fantastic report. Shout out to this reporter. She did such a thorough job. She writes here, a source inside the Manta Police Department who knew Bravo personally told Dropsite that the Ecuadorian prosecutor was under pressure from her superiors at the Attorney General's office to treat the U.S. attacks as exclusively cases of disappearance. The source, who asked for anonymity, said Bravo was told to close all lines of inquiry after 36 of the 44 missing men were found, despite arriving with severe injuries, including 70% vision loss, feet torn to flesh and bone, which medical experts found consistent with their accounts of explosions and torture. So let me just remind again what the allegations here are. The allegations are, and this is 3 separate boats that we're talking about, and the survivors from those, collectively 3 boats that were subject to drone strikes. Very similar pattern in terms of the appearance of the drones, the explosions, then very similar stories about being abducted by these men wearing military uniforms on a U.S. flagged ship and being tortured and kidnapped for 8 days before being dumped in a country that is not even their home country. What are we doing here? Again, the U.S. denies all allegations, but their accounts are very consistent, and Dropsite has compiled significant evidence that would point to the U.S. as having kidnapped these guys and then tortured them, as if trying to murder them wasn't bad enough to begin with. This is so completely insane. And you can imagine why we would do it, because this is all very uncomfortable. When they don't die and they live and they can tell their stories about, hey, guess what? I'm not a drug runner. I'm just trying to earn a living here. Like, I'm a random fisherman. They don't want those stories to get out. So they are trying to terrify and intimidate these people. And in many instances, that has worked. Let me show you a little bit of the evidence that
I mean, look, y'all know how much it pains me to agree with Crystal Ball. And with Ryan, the rape apologist Grimm, as being one of the founders of Dropsite, like, it is uncomfortable. I don't want to, downplay that. But the reporting that the Dropsite team is doing internationally, the people actually in these places, risking their safety, their well-being, that can't be ignored, and that should be supported. If you could support these people's Substacks, if they have Patreons, if they have whatever, I say do, but like, please do it. Especially like, for me, it's like, look, I'd rather these individuals get funded by people than to have to work for individuals like Ryan Grimm. But the reality is what it is. We all have bosses that we don't like, bosses that are reprehensible. So let's not disparage or pass judgment on the journalists, the brave journalists who are working for Dropsite News. At the end of the day, you got to make a living, you got to eat. And what they're doing is magnitudes more courageous than anything I've ever done. And I think a lot of us fall into that category.
They compiled here, and you got to read the whole piece because there's a lot more to it than just this piece that I'm going to show you. Put E4.
Sorry, but what I was going to agree with Crystal Ball is, what was I going to agree with Crystal Ball? Because I was annoyed, kind of blocked it out. Where like, I actually don't want to agree with her. What did she say? Sorry.
When they don't die, then
right. I mentioned this covering the article itself. It is easier when they're able to double tap and eliminate everyone. Now it becomes a headache of like, how do we wash our hands of this without actually murdering them? Because that's going to leave more of a trail. So it's a weird thing. One would assume that they would just like disappear for whatever reason. And I think a lot of it has to do with the incompetence of this administration. that's not the route that they took. Fortunate, honestly, despite the torture and everything like that, they're alive, they're with their families. Excuse me, no, my apologies. I don't know why I said that. Anywho, yeah.
And they live and they can tell their stories about, hey, guess what? I'm not a drug runner. I'm just trying to earn a living here. Like, I'm a random fisherman. They don't want those stories to get out. So they are trying to terrify and intimidate these people. And in many instances, that has worked. Let me show you a little bit of the evidence that they compiled here. And you got to read the whole piece because there's a lot more to it than just this piece that I'm going to show you. Put E4 up on the screen. They obtained exclusive video of U.S. Coast Guard activity in the vicinity of the Negro Francisco bombing. That's one of the boats that was bombed. Open source intelligence that corroborates the testimonies and police interviews with eyewitnesses that confirm the U.S. involvement alleged by survivors and documented by Dropsite. With the help of Air Wars OSINT analyst and former U.S. Marine Corps member Tommy McCluskey, Dropsite accessed additional NASA thermal imagery consistent with the Negro Francisco bombing and vessel tracking data placing U.S. Coast Guard activity along the route the fishermen say they were taken after the strike. At play here is a particular U.S. Coast Guard vessel, which was in the vicinity, turns off their tracker so that you can't see where they're moving, and then turns it back on, in an area where, again, if the survivors are telling the truth, where it would make sense, okay, they were the ones who apprehended, kidnapped these individuals, tortured them, took them back to El Salvador and dumped them there. The tracking data that we have access to and the very fact that they turned off that tracking data for a time is relatively telling. And then you do have some eyewitnesses who weren't on the boats, who were in the area, whose accounts are consistent with what the survivors have said. So there's a lot here that indicates that what they're saying happened is, in fact, the truth.
Right. And I mean, looking through.
Again, it's almost like comical, absurd to turn off your tracking device and say, well, we can't tell you why. We can't tell you why we turned shit off. We just did. There's a secret operation. And we're like, well, yeah, it seems like the secret operation was kidnapping innocent civilians and torturing them and then dropping them off in El Salvador. And they're like, we can't say one way or another. And it's like, that's how you get away with everything. Just saying, well, we can't. For national security or whatever the fuck. We just can't tell you. Super convenient. Super fuck. I mean, again, it's all like preposterous. Sure, it's a Hollywood fucking ready-made script. But it's also one where if you're watching it, you're like, the bad guys are kind of like not even trying to hide. That would be like the disappointing part of the film would be like, I wish that the villains were more competent. Again, I think it would be, and it sucks to say, but it would be a pretty accurate depiction where like these people are not masterminds. They're arrogant. They're full of themselves. They think that no comment is enough because who's going to hold them accountable? Who's going to bring forth justice, accountability, anything?
Generally, with all of this, it just highlights the sheer, I think, insanity of that entire campaign. We've been so focused on Iran. That campaign was insane from the beginning.
It's still ongoing, by the way.
Right, you're right. It's still ongoing. But we covered it today, and every single day when we were going, Venezuela, drug dealers, all this bullshit, nonsense. All I would do was look at the DEA 2025 report and say Trump's DEA says less than 7% of the world's cocaine even touches Venezuela. To the extent that it does touch Venezuela, it's not coming to the United States. It's usually going to Europe. And then in terms of fentanyl, the amount of fentanyl coming through is zero. They talk about Tren de Aragua. In their own report, the DEA report, Tren de Aragua never rose above street level dealing. It's the Mexican cartels. So if you care about fentanyl, it's all coming through Mexico. They can't actually touch Mexico because of NAFTA and because of all the trade coming through. So we can try, all these little diplomatic things, but at the end of the day, nothing is actually going to happen with that. So they had to focus there on Venezuela and use it as a cover. These drugs.
So, independent journalists can get sued into oblivion. You almost need to be under someone like Dropsite to do investigative journalism. I didn't consider that. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, just a necessary. Is it fair to call it evil? I mean, I think Ryan Grimm is a disgusting, evil individual. But is it fair to call Dropsite that? I don't think so. For me, it's like the individuals doing the work there, providing this type of damning evidence and necessary truth outweighs whatever disgusting things that Ryan Grimm does. That's just a reality. And what makes it even more uncomfortable too, if we're being honest, is the fact that I think that this story would have been covered regardless because of how damning, how informative, how detailed it is. And it's like a true and honest representation of investigative journalism at its finest. But there's also the reality that Ryan Grimm works at Breaking Points. So just keep that in mind. Like, it's unfortunate, it sucks to say, but yeah, let me actually share this here, because I don't know how it works in terms of their Substack versus where the article is getting posted on the drop site thing. So I'll just share their Substack here. Support if you can and all that good stuff. That's definitely something that I want to work towards in the future, is speaking to these actual investigative journalists. And, you know, recently I was talking a lot about the Good Shepherd Collective. But like, just at the work that, man, like, I admire these individuals so much, and I really can't put into words how I wish I could do what they do. I wish that I could articulate myself in the written word as well as they do. That's just not part of my skill set, my ability. I flap my gums, I talk shit, I yap. So all credit and respect to them and their work. I'm just a fan. I just admire it, and I'm grateful for what they do. And I hope to be able to further amplify their message.
Drone strikes of like random civilians, which we now see with the girls' school strike and all the other strikes happening in Iran, doesn't look like our target set or identification is all that good. And then on top of that, we remember all the script was written in this campaign for Iran. The double tap strike, remember, kill them all order that was given by Hegseth after this drone strike, the multiple testimony of the fishermen and others, all of which, just like with Iran, immoral, wrong to do, but also it didn't even touch what it allegedly was about. So foolish, foolhardy, turning the people, obviously, of the region against us. And now resorting to 60s and 70s Latin America dictatorial, prop-ups, which of course have never come back to bite us in the ass whenever it comes to our old strategy. So it is.
And I mean, it's nice what Sagar's saying right now, whatever, but don't underestimate the underlying message that he was delivering just a couple minutes ago, where he is like, hey, the real issue is Mexico. But unfortunately, we're too economically tied to them to do anything about it. But what he's saying is like, wink, wink. A little isolation is, let's pull back our need for Mexico and economic, ties in order to be able to crush the cartel. Understand that that's the kind of the underlying message and position that he's taking with this.
It's just, it begs belief that we even did it in the first place. And I do think that looking back, it was such an important thing for elevating Trump's confidence, this and the Maduro raid, for how we can really accomplish Iran. And now with the nearly a year or so now later, we can be like, it's such an obvious failure that it happened. But of course, nobody will even.
Well, not only that he could do it and get away with it.
Yeah.
That's part of it too. And just to speak to that broader picture, let's put E5 up on the screen. The Guardian partnered, I think it was with ProPublica. In any case, they partnered. No, it was a joint effort by 20 journalists led by the Latin American Center for Investigative Journalism. They published identities of 13 of those who have been killed in these drone strikes. There's roughly 194 victims of these drone strike, and so they put enormous investigative efforts into finding, okay, who were these men, right? Who were the people that were being randomly killed by the U.S.? And what they find is, none of them could they definitively say they were involved in drug running, but some of them they looked at the pattern of behavior. It's possible. These were even the guys who were potentially involved in moving drugs. These were like deeply impoverished, desperate people in some of the poorest parts of the region. You're not taking out kingpins here, right? Even in the ones where maybe they were moving drugs. You're taking out the low-level people who are easily replaced that are, a dime a dozen because you have such desperate circumstances. So that's why you're never going to move the needle with this strategy. You're not taking out the top dogs. They're not the ones that are doing this dirty work. And then in some instances, they were not involved with drugs at all. They were just living their life. They were fishermen trying to eke out a living and doing the best that they possibly could.
I'm sorry. This is why I wanted to cover this. Not only because it's a great article, but because has there been any evidence presented by the Trump administration that any one of these boats that were attacked were actually like smuggling drugs? Has there been concrete evidence of that? I don't think they've even bothered to provide any. So why even grant them an iota, just any type of leeway of saying like, well, if it's like, no. Even if the even if is absolute nonsense, right? Because we know that they haven't. Because if they did, if they found even a fucking baggie of anything, a dime bag, they would be broadcasting that on Fox News, the fucking every morning at the White House, at the press briefing, every fucking day. They would nonstop be showing that. So why even grant them that? I don't understand this narrative. It's too, you know what it reads to me? It kind of reads like, well, they're going to drug smuggle. You know how they are. They're just going to do it. And this whole idea of like, well, leave the little guy, leave the little criminals alone. Go after the kingpins. I mean, if that is your logic, why stop there at the kingpin, the cartel kingpin? Why not go straight for the fucking CIA? Why not just say that? Hey, the cartels only exist because the CIA is fucking funding them and teaching them how to fucking run this shit. Dismantle the CIA. That simple. Why not take that approach? If you're really concerned about stopping this and just going after the big dogs.
What they also found is that it appears, and by the way, the U.S. military has never identified any of the people that they have murdered with these drone strikes. What it appears they do is they look at the boat itself, and if there are hallmarks of maybe potentially it's involved in drug trade. So it's not like they know who these people are. There's a case built against them, and then they're going out and doing it. I would still object, by the way, because the sentence shouldn't be death for cocaine trafficking. But in any case, that's not what they're doing here. They're just looking at the hallmarks of potentially, and then going in with these drone strikes. And then if there's survivors, according to these particular survivors, they're picking them up and they're torturing them so that they won't tell the tale of what happened to them. They won't tell their story. They won't file a lawsuit, which is what a few of the family members of the people who have been killed have done. So it is just as disgusting and counterproductive and nonsensical a policy as you could possibly imagine here.
Yeah, look, the entire thing, it just is so, it was stupid from the beginning. It was a bad use of resources. It didn't work. It set the United States back in terms of how we should actually approach Latin America. And then it set the stage for the insane Maduro operation, which ultimately is the script that led to this Iran operation. And in the meantime, as you just said, the only people who suffer are the extremely poor, civilians, or in many cases fishermen, or at the very least the so-called drug dealers, while the actual cartel leaders at the top are sitting pretty in Mexico, completely untouched, who, if anything, they don't care at all about some random fisherman who's out in the middle of the Caribbean.
I mean, look, the fact that he had to go down the list and finally get to the innocent victims says everything. And he's more concerned about allocation of resources. I mean, just a soulless fucking individual, Sagar and Jetty. But that's unsurprising. But again, remember, he's at this point doubling down on the idea of like Mexico. If the same actions were to be taken towards, Mexican boats, I don't think Sagar would be even pretending to be this pathetic level of concern. So keep that in mind. Like, individuals like Sagar are truly, truly fucking disgusting. Let me open this up a little bit.
Yeah, and by the way, the leader of Ecuador, Noboa, has his own ties to high-level ties to the
it's Latin America
cartels.
How can you say
But
that?
this is our buddy. We're working with him,
right.
And then we're murdering these random.
It's Latin America. It's Latin America. It's what do you expect? What do you expect from these brown people there? It's Latin America. Bro, He was born in the US. He is a US puppet. Why are you making it seem like, well, you know, Latin Americans?
Fishermen, you know, torturing them, etc. It's just, it could not be more disgusting.
Okay, I am going to step off now. Ryan is going to come in, and Crystal.
You're going to step off, fuck off, all that good stuff. So let's go. Let's look at this. Leaked video. Sorry. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to support, super chats, super stickers are all turned on. Memberships are turned on. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to a Discord. They have the unofficial book club. We watch documentaries on there. Great articles being recommended. Books as well. Just a fun time. If you want to help support the channel without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. Any and all support helps. Thank you very much. Now let's look at this here. Leaked video from inside detention. Multiple women report physical and sexual assault by officers. Children taken away from mothers. Officers expose detainees' private info so they can be trafficked. Amputated 4 toes of women and didn't tell her why. Women with only 1 kidney suffering renal failure given no medication. 3-month pregnant mother had a miscarriage in cell but received no medical attention. Officers have sexual relations with detainees. Multiple women show bruises and other injuries on camera caused by excessive force and ICE detention. Video recorded on a tablet inside the Basile ICE Detention Center in Louisiana. She doesn't have an account on this platform, so posting full length and credited video here to help raise awareness.
Hello, my name is Lorena, and I am at the South Louisiana Ice Processing Center in Basile. There is all kinds of unfair discrimination here. Hello, my name is Lorena, and I am at the South Louisiana Ice Processing Center in Basile. There is all kinds of unfair discrimination here, not just in the GEO Center, but also in ICE. They bring us from different states supposedly to fight our case, but it's really just to spend money here and lose. Most of the women who are detained here don't know where our children are because they take them away from us.
I'm so sorry, chat. I know that's like the second time I do that to y'all. My apologies. It's so low that it's too loud. Yeah, but it was so low. I'm sorry. Yeah, man, I apologize. There's like a lag with this plug that like I'm trying to move it and adjust it, but it's not updating in real time.
And don't give us any
How's this? My apologies, BT.
information. They bring us here, and there are people who spend.
Is that still too loud? Let me know, chat. Let me know. My bad. Mic check 1 2 1 2. The audio's good. Okay.
Hello, my name is Lorena, and I am at the South Louisiana Ice Processing Center in Basile. There is all kinds of unfair discrimination here, not just in the GEO Center, but also in ICE. They bring us from different states supposedly to fight our case, but it's really just to spend money here and lose. Most of the women who are detained here don't know where our children are because they take them away from us and don't give us any information. They bring us here, and there are people who spend more than 15 months here and then get deported even after winning their case. The staff expose detainees' information so that they can be trafficked. The staff are having relationships with the detainees. Here, they are forcing detainees to work for $1 for more than 6 hours. They refuse to give us medication, and if we don't defend ourselves, they threaten to take away all our privileges, our communication, and put us in the moon. We have the case of a woman who was not given proper socks, and because of that, they had to amputate 4 of her toes, and she doesn't even know why her toes were cut off. Give the case to Mrs. Brisa from Mexico. Another case is a woman from Ecuador named Nancy, who was 3 months pregnant, miscarried in her bed, and did not receive any kind of medical attention. We also have Kelly, a Venezuelan woman who only has 1 kidney, and the kidney she has left is suffering from renal failure. The water we have to drink is tap water. We also have the case of a Cuban woman who won her case and has been here for more than 10 months, but DHS appealed and now she has to stay even longer. We have no information. People who have been deported and have been waiting more than 3 months for deportation, and we are also not eligible for bond. Why do we have to be here? There are many cases of women like mine, where I am a mother who left my 5-month-old daughter when I called the police on my husband because he was hitting me. And even though I was the victim, I was the one who got arrested. And here there are many more like me who are separated from our children, who have no communication with our children. I am already deported, and yet I have been here for 3 months in this detention center, where we experience discrimination from the officers, where when we go to eat, and since we don't speak the language, they tell us they don't speak Spanish. And when God's laws say that if we don't know the language, we have the right to an interpreter, but instead they mock us. In the dining hall, they don't let us eat properly during our allotted time because we arrive, and after 5 minutes, they're already making us leave and go back to our rooms. We have no voice. That's why we're making this complaint, so that you can be our voice and know what's happening here at the Louisiana Center.
One thing that I want to add, and I'm trying really hard not to interrupt. You hear this narrative from reactionaries that, well, the reason why it's beneficial to have private corporations handling this is because at least it saves the taxpayer. At least it's saving the taxpayer from what? From what exactly? And also, I mean, don't get me wrong, when these are state-run, federally run institutions, it's not much different.
They give us cleaning supplies. They don't give us cleaning supplies. There is poor hygiene here. There are pests, diseases like a lot of colds and scabies. There's a Cuban girl here who has gone to the medical office several times, and they don't tell her what's wrong, but it's scabies. That's because of the mattresses, because there's no cleaning, no hygiene, and no products to clean things. And now, because of these complaints we're making, we're supposed to have our tablets taken away, our means of communication. That's why I ask you to be our voice. And if we can't communicate with our families for a while, it's because we're speaking out. Please show them everything. Come, we're going to show you a Honduran woman who was beaten and hasn't been able to show her injuries. Show your injuries, ma'am. Come closer. Look at the injuries she received when she was beaten all over. She was unable to communicate with her family about the injuries as she was kept incommunicado in the moon. Lift your foot, lift your foot. No, lift your foot. She was in the moon, and no, she can't communicate with her family because they kept her incommunicado in the moon so that the injuries wouldn't be visible as the days went by. Where is Brisa, the lady whose finger was cut off? Brisa, come here, please.
Oh man, this is just fucking horrific. And this reminds me of, and this is a state-run thing. And this, I'm only showing this not to like compare. I'm not doing this oppression Olympic shit. I'm not. Yeah, I think it definitely was AI used to translate. I definitely think it was. It's unsettling, but that's the clip going around, unfortunately. And I haven't been able to find the original. I'm not really on TikTok like that. But this reminded me, this was reported 5 days ago, and it was also going viral. Was this from Georgia Department of Corrections?
Social media video spread online, causing some serious concerns about living conditions inside Valdosta State Prison. Now, this video clip shows an inmate walking through a cell with standing water and all.
Let me know if this is too loud, chat.
After a viral social media video spread online, causing some serious concerns about living conditions inside Valdosta State Prison. Now, this video clip shows an inmate walking through a cell with standing water and almost no light, claiming it proves poor living conditions inside the prison. The Georgia Department of Corrections disagrees. Officials say the inmate has a history of disciplinary reports for contraband phones and was in a lockdown unit, and that he flooded his own cell before recording the video because they say he was upset about being put on lockdown. The agency says the conditions he describes at Valdosta State Prison are, quote, false. Now, this comes, though, after a 2024 U.S. Justice Department report.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. He's just a problem individual. It's him. Mind you, how the fuck do you flood? How does one room, one cell do all this flooding? Is that even possible?
U.S. Justice Department report found Georgia prisons fail to protect people in custody from widespread violence and abuse, and called out severe understaffing and gang control inside some facilities. The state has since announced a $600 million plan to improve prison safety and infrastructure.
You wouldn't need $600 million if it's one individual, if it's one troubled, one bad apple. You wouldn't need a $600 million plan to address this. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, again, it's not to play Oppression Olympics, it's not to compare and contrast and try to belittle somebody or anything like that. It's to say, the moment that you become a prisoner of the United States, you will be abused. You won't be treated humanely. You will be neglected. You will be isolated from the rest of society. And so there's a consistent pattern here, is that the moment that you're apprehended by the state, kidnapped, you're no longer viewed as a human being. You're no longer granted the same rights. Does it vary? Of course. I'm not trying to minimize anyone's specific material conditions. All I'm trying to do is highlight a consistent pattern of abuse by the state or by, private corporations that are contracted by the state. That's the only reason I'm bringing this up. But this is why we need to have solidarity, internationally, across any type of fucking distinction, boundary, what have you.
Doherty.
I don't know how much of this I can show. Give me 1 second to see it myself, and then I'll let y'all know. Okay, they did show the the foot with the amputated toes. I don't know if I can show that, to be honest with you. I don't think it's gruesome or anything like that. But just to play it safe, you can check that out on your own. And what they do show and reveal the missing toes. Excuse me, the amputated toes.
Wants her trusted doctor in Mexico. They have been here for over 67 days. 67 days.
Anyone else to speak?
They really should.
Let's show Kelly as well. Kelly, the young woman I told you about, who only has one kidney, and she
She has kidney failure and they don't give her the medicines she needs. She is the one. Look, I am going to show you her paperwork.
I have proof of my surgery. I only have one kidney. Ah, no, they don't even take me out for tests or checkups. They don't give me clean water, absolutely nothing. I filed a complaint and they don't pay any attention to my case. I have left kidney deficiency. Besides that, the food they give us here is frozen food. I mean, for the health problem I have, for the medical problem I have, this kind of food is really not suitable for my health at all. They don't even take me to the clinic to get ultrasounds, and they don't take me to do anything for me at all. Honestly, I feel desperate because I think at any moment, with everything I'm going through here, something could happen to me. Because they don't even give me medicine so I can manage my condition. Many times it hurts when I urinate because, well, I have fluid retention and they just don't care about anything. They don't care. Besides that, I was working and they treated us badly. They made fun of us because we didn't know English very well. On top of that, they seemed to show favoritism to some people who spoke English and we didn't. And besides that, today they came and asked us if we were going to work, and since we said no, then they came and said they weren't going to give us any medicine. In my case,
I mean, look, when we talk about like death camps versus like work camps versus, you know, all this nuanced bullshit. And I'm cool with getting into the details and the nuance of things. But the reality is that by refusing to provide them with proper medical assistance that they need, that is required for their well-being, for their livelihood, by refusing to do that, by neglecting that to them, for all intents and purposes, that's a fucking death camp. By restricting them getting what they medically require for their body not to start falling apart, to get pushed to some extreme medical situations where their life, their well-being, their way of living is put at risk, that's a fucking death camp. You're just, you know, prolonging things. But the end goal is the same, to destroy somebody's life. What happens to these innocent people when they suffered in these ICE concentration camps? And they're thrown back, hopefully, at least in the countries that they know, but quite often not even that, where they're tossed aside and now they have all these medical issues that have been compounded upon by medical neglect. What happens to them? They won't be able to afford the type of treatment that is required now after the fact. And so in a lot of ways, even if they survive, even if they make it out alive, the damage that has been done to them psychologically, physically, through this medical neglect, by straight up abuse, we can't even measure that. And there's no way to assume that they'll be able to truly address their medical concerns. Especially when, like, the woman had her toes amputated. You went in there with your toes and you're getting thrown out with them amputated. That is going to cause a drastic change in your life and your ability to work and your ability to provide for yourself and your loved ones. And so they truly are going out of their way to damage these people as much as possible. And these medical restrictions, medical neglect is one of the most cruel, disgusting manners to do it. And we need to recognize it as such. It's abhorrent. Now, just like the Ecuadorian fishermen, just because they're not pulling the trigger themselves doesn't mean that torture isn't occurring. Doesn't mean that the consequence of this torture isn't going to strip them of their well-being, of their standard of living, of their ability to live long and fruitful lives, the ability to provide for themselves and their loved ones and all the responsibilities that they have. These are mothers. That's going to affect their children. That's going to affect the communities they go back into. And so we need to see, the holistic aspect of all this, while at the same time centering these specific individuals and amplifying their voice to the best of our abilities and calling out, at the very least, calling out these fucking death camps. They have accelerated their death. This is how they operate, 100%. Yeah, I think when AI does it, it changes, like it makes it look like they're actually speaking, whatever language that you impose on it.
They don't give me any medicine. They don't do any checkups. Absolutely nothing. I had to wait a month and a half, a month and 2 weeks for my first court date. And yesterday I completed 2 months in this place. I mean, with my physical condition, this is not a suitable place for me. The mattress where we sleep is very hard.
And this is, seemingly a young individual. This is a young individual. What, in their 30s, 40s? Imagine the older folk that are dealing with these conditions.
Every day I wake up with kidney pain and they don't care about anything at all.
All right, well.
Just, absolutely disgusting. I've been meaning to go over this piece as well to go with it because, one of the things that they mention is, the separation of the children taken away from their mothers. And this is from the start of the year, February 11th, 2026. Trump administration is sending pregnant migrant girls to South Texas shelter, flagged as medically inadequate. The Trump administration is sending all pregnant, unaccompanied minors. Susan, give me one sec, sorry. The Trump administration is sending all pregnant, unaccompanied minors apprehended by immigration enforcement to a single group shelter in South Texas. The decision was made over urgent objections from the administration's own health and child welfare officials, who say both the facility and the region lack the specialized care the girls need. When the people in your own administration, and mind you, these people are handpicked for a fucking reason because they're going to follow orders. When those very same people are urgently objecting to something like this, it's fucking abhorrent. For these soulless, moralist creatures to speak up and say, nope, we're objecting to this. Just imagine the fucking nightmare that this place has to be. That's according to 7 sources who work at the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which handles the custody and care of children who cross the border without a parent or legal guardian, or are separated from family by immigration authorities. All of the sources declined to be named for fear of retaliation. And it's this part here. Separated from family by immigration authorities. This is the strategy. All right. This isn't just happening. This has been a targeted, practice by the Trump administration. Since late July, more than a dozen pregnant minors have been placed at the Texas facility, which is located in the small border city of San Benito. Some were as young as 13, and at least half of those taken in so far became pregnant as a result of rape, sources said. Their pregnancies are considered high risk by definition, particularly for the youngest girls. 13. And there's no minimizing, yes, the whole Epstein class, but specifically Donald Trump's association with Epstein. Throw in the fact that, hey, this is across party lines with Bill Clinton. Celebrity after celebrity, intellectual after intellectual. Yeah, no, I've had this for weeks now, and I've been hesitant to read it because it is so fucking abhorrent and disgusting. This group of kids is clearly recognized as our most vulnerable, one of the sources said. Rank and file staff, the source said, are losing sleep over it, wondering if kids are going to be placed in programs where they're not going to have access to the care they need. I mean, if grown women that are able to vocalize, argue, plead for their needs are being completely ignored and abused, what do you think is happening to 13-year-old girls who are pregnant? And in many cases because of rape. And the people that they're fucking hiring, you think those fucking animals care at all? The move marks a sharp departure from the long-standing federal practice, which placed pregnant, unaccompanied migrant children in ORR, shelters or foster homes around the country that are equipped to handle high-risk pregnancies. ORR sources, along with more than a dozen former government officials, healthcare professionals, migrant advocates, and civil rights attorneys said they worry the Trump administration is putting children in danger at the San Benito shelter to advance an ideological goal, deny them access to abortion by placing them in states where it's virtually banned. Oh, no, but we should be concerned of theocratic states across the globe. We should be worried about Iran and the Ayatollah. That's what we should be concerned about here. How they're stripping women of their rights over there, and they're not even allowed. Can you believe they're not even allowed to drive? They're not even allowed to show their faces. They're not allowed to show their bodies. Can you believe that? Meanwhile, we have Christian white nationalists here putting children at further risk of dying for their fucking backward ass Christian beliefs. Here in the belly of the beast, our number one enemy should always be Christian white nationalists. These bastards were bombing abortion clinics just a few decades ago. And they realized, you know what, we are more productive in achieving our goals by seeking political power, by pushing these barbaric laws and enforcing our faith, our belief, our backward fucking practices on the most marginalized and the most vulnerable in society. These are fucking demons and should not be treated as anything less. They are not fucking human beings. They have renounced their humanity by treating everyone around them that does not look like them, does not speak like them, does not believe in what they believe as less than human. And until we view them in the same disparaging manner that they view us, nothing is going to change. Because while we continue to try to be civil with these individuals, they continue to do exactly this, putting fucking children at risk of dying. As if they haven't been through enough, crossing multiple borders, being sexually assaulted, being raped, being forced to carry the children of their abusers. This is what they fucking pray for. This is what they get on their knees, close their eyes, and beg to their fucking God for. This is 100% and exclusively about abortion, said Jonathan White, a longtime federal health official who ran ORR's Unaccompanied Children program for part of President Donald Trump's first term. White, who recently retired from the government, said the administration tried and failed to restrict abortion access for unaccompanied minors in 2017. Now, they casually roll out what they brutally fought to accomplish last time and didn't. Asked via email why the administration is sending pregnant children to San Benito, an HHS spokesperson who asked not to be named wrote that ORR's placement decisions are guided by child welfare best practices and are designed to ensure each child is housed in the safest, most developmentally appropriate setting, including for children who are pregnant or parenting. I mean, look, the Trump administration has worked very hard, and all these reactionary administrations have worked very hard to dismantle any semblance, any fucking individual that actually might be in government, might be in these bureaucratic positions, who, regardless of how naive they are trying their best. I don't think anyone, signs up to, be in these roles, in these institutions. These are not glamorous fucking places to work at. These are not something you're going to brag to your coworkers about. To harm children. Unless, of course, that is your objective, that is your main goal, and that is the Christian white nationalist way. But several of the ORR officials took issue with the agency's statement. ORR is supposed to be a child welfare organization, one of them said. Putting pregnant kids in San Benito is not a decision you make when you care about children's safety. ORR's acting director, Angie Salazar, instructed agency staff to send any pregnant children to San Benito beginning July 22, 2025, according to an internal email obtained as part of a 6-month investigation by the California Newsroom and the Texas Newsroom public media collaboratives that worked together to produce this story. We have to put a fucking face to this fucking monster. No, we need a face. We'll get a face right now, but just a little background. Angie Salazar is the acting director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement and HHS Administration for Child and Family. Salazar brings nearly 2 decades of experience in federal law enforcement and leadership, demonstrating a deep commitment to public service. Before her current role, Salazar served as the Special Agent in Charge, SAC, for Homeland Security Investigation in Detroit, overseeing federal criminal investigations across Michigan and Ohio. In this capacity, she led a team of 250 personnel dedicated to combating transitional crime, human trafficking, money laundering, child exploitation, and intellectual property rights infringement. Salazar previously served as the Deputy Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Office of Professional Responsibility, where she was responsible for mitigating risk, liability, and serious misconduct for more than 20,000 ICE employees. She has held the position of SAC for HSI Chicago, overseeing operations in Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. In 2021, she was a federal coordinator for Operations Allies Welcome at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, where she played a key role in the federal response for the resettlement of vulnerable Afghan arrivals. Her extensive career includes leadership roles such as Deputy SAC at HSI Detroit, Assistant SAC at HSI Harlingen, Deputy Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, Colombia, Section Chief over Human Smuggling, Human Trafficking at HSI Headquarters and HSI San Ysidro, where she investigated violations of human smuggling, human trafficking, border violence, and money laundering. Salazar is a member of the Senior Executive Service and holds a Bachelor's Arts degree from the University of Illinois at Chicago and a Master of Science degree in Organizational Leadership from National University. She has received numerous accolades, including the DHS Secretary Exceptional Service Gold Medal Award, the U.S. Army Civil Award for Humanitarian Service, and the 2023 Outstanding Federal Law Enforcement Employee Award from the Women in Federal Law Enforcement Association. All right, fucking yeah. Liberal feminism final boss. What does she look like, man? We need a fucking picture here. Stop.
Call moving underage mothers to a facility already known for subpar care, protection, thanks to the reporting of journalist Mark Betancourt.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find. I mean, I think it's really, really important to put a face to these names. Is this her? Yep, Angie Salazar 1 year ago, feeling incredibly supported and energized after today's meeting. Let's see how this looks. Sorry. Here, 1 sec. There we go. Angie Salazar, feeling incredibly supported and energized after today's meeting with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Secretary Kennedy, and our federal partners. His commitment to the mission of protecting children is motivating and validating. A special thank you to Chris Clem for initiating this important interagency effort. Wow, just fucking A, bro. Just absolutely disgusting. This is the photo here. I mean, to say that you care about children and you think that this fucking Kennedy has any concern for children whatsoever, is like anti-vax death merchant. New executive leadership brings wealth of knowledge as incoming HSI Detroit special agent in charge. This is a fucking demon, bro. This is a fucking demon to do this to your own people, man. Man. Several sources said a handful of pregnant girls have mistakenly been placed in other shelters because immigration authorities didn't know they were pregnant when they were transferred to ORR custody. So now my question is, did they not know because of incompetence or because they're being abused in these facilities? And so they're becoming pregnant in these facilities. That's what I'm fucking worried about. That's what I'm concerned about. Since the July order, none of the pregnant girls at the San Benito facility have experienced major medical problems, according to the ORR sources, and Amy Korolev, deputy director of Pro Bar, an organization that provides legal services to children there. It says several of the girls have given birth and are detained with their infants. But officials interviewed for this story said they worry the shelter is only one high-risk pregnancy away from catastrophe. I feel like we're just waiting for something terrible to happen, one of the ORR sources said. These are children. These are children being forced to give birth to children. blown away by the level of risk. There are a dozen of ORR shelters or foster homes across the country that are designated to care for pregnant, unaccompanied children, according to ORR officials, with 12 in Texas alone. None of the officials could recall a time when all the pregnant minors in the agency's custody were concentrated in one shelter. And so, I mean, it begs the question, why? Why? This is not an accident. This is not a bureaucratic short sight. This is malicious. This is with intent. This is not an accident. Detaining them in San Benito, Texas, doctors and public health experts said is a dangerous gambit. It's not good to be pregnant. It's not good to be a pregnant person in Texas, no matter who you are, said Annie Leon, a nurse midwife who recently spent 5 years caring for pregnant and postpartum migrant women and girls at a large family shelter not far from San Benito. So to put pregnant migrant kids in Texas, and then in one of the worst healthcare regions of Texas, is not good at all. This is malicious. And look, I don't know Annie Leon, but god damn, that's a saint. There's people out there doing beautiful work in really unfair and compromising positions. So all credit to them. But this is strategic. This is strategic. Understand that as incompetent as they may be, they're still achieving a lot of their goals. They're still pushing forward their agenda. They're still setting precedent, and they're still normalizing a lot of this fucking behavior that the Democratic Party will not push back against. This will be the new fucking standard moving forward, regardless of who's in office. The specialized, excuse me, I'm not even going to pretend to know that one.
Obstetric.
All right, just how it's spelled. The specialized obstetric care that exists in Texas is mostly available in its large cities, hours from San Benito. And several factors, including the high number of uninsured patients, have eroded the ability of the healthcare across the state. Furthermore, Texas' near ban on abortion has been especially devastating to obstetric care. The law allows an exemption in cases where the mother's life is in danger or one of her bodily functions is at risk, but doctors have been confused as to what that means. Many doctors have left to practice elsewhere, and those who stayed are often scared to perform procedures they worry could come with criminal charges. While Texas passed a law clarifying the exception last year, experts have said it may not be enough to assuage doctors' fear. It may not be enough to assuage doctors' fears. Several maternal health experts describe a sobering list of dangers for the girls at the San Benito shelter. If one of them develops a ectopic pregnancy, where the fertilized egg implants outside the uterus, if she miscarries, or if her water breaks too early, if she gets an infection, the emergency care she needs could be delayed or denied by doctors wary of the abortion ban. Getting the care that is available could take too long to save her life or the babies, they added. I mean, if it's difficult and frightening enough for U.S. citizens who live in the state, that they have to plan accordingly to leave the state, imagine those being held hostage by the state. Adolescents are also more likely to give birth early, which can be life-threatening for both mother and baby. The youngest face a complication. Sorry, the youngest face complications during labor and delivery because they're Jesus. The youngest face complications during labor and delivery because their pelvis aren't fully developed, said Dr. Annie Marie Amos Ollerschlager. I don't even know how to say that. Ollerschlager, an obstetrician in Washington State who specializes in adolescent pregnancies. These are young adolescents who are still going through puberty, she said. Their bodies are still changing. The pregnant girls who recently endured the often harrowing journey to the US face even more risk. Obstetric experts said many have been raped along the way and have sexually transmitted infections that can be dangerous during pregnancy. Added that little to no access to prenatal care or proper nourishment, and then the trauma of being detained. I mean, and I'm trying not to be too crass. But I mean, just the stress alone of the inhumane conditions that they're in, it's perplexing how they're not having miscarriages left and right. You know what I mean? The stress alone. You couldn't set up a worse scenario, said Dr. Blair Cushing, who runs a women's health clinic in McAllen, about 45 minutes from San Benito. I'm kind of blown away by the level of risk that they're concentrating in this facility. I mean, I think that these animals, and it's not even an appropriate offense because, I mean, animals don't behave this way, but, you know, these Christian nationalists, their goal is mass death. Like, well, you can't have an abortion, but if you and the baby die in these facilities whose conditions we're literally stacking in favor of mass death, and how do you not call these death camps? A history of problems. The San Benito shelter is owned and operated by Urban Strategies, a for-profit company. The San Benito shelter is owned and operated by the Urban Strategies, a for-profit company that has contracted with the federal government to care for unaccompanied children for more than a decade, according to the USspending.gov. The main building, an old tan brick Baptist church, occupies a city block in the downtown San Benito, a quiet town of about 25,000. The church was converted to a migrant shelter in 2015 and was managed by two other contractors before Urban Strategies took it over in 2021. I mean, look, yeah, the separation of church and state and all this fucking bullshit, but when you look at the way that the church has been used by the state to help commit atrocities and outright genocide, like this is a continuation of that. Oh, but the church soul is not involved anymore. No. Like, the institutional collaboration is ongoing. I mean, and this is a sad reality. I'm not trying to put any blame on the children. Please never think that of me. But what I am saying is, even culturally speaking, these young girls may be in a position where they've been so indoctrinated by Christianity that may feel guilty or might not be able to overcome the conditioning that has taught them that, abortion is a sin that will, land you in hell. On a fall day last year, there were no signs of activity at the facility, though children's lawn toys and playground equipment were visible behind a wooden fence. A guard was stationed at one of the entrances. It's pretty quiet, just like it is today, said Melissa Bonesca, who lives nearby. That's the way it is every day. She says she occasionally sees kids playing in the yard on the weekends, but for the most part, you don't see them. What? Like when we talk about a dystopian future, if there's a facility with children, the one thing you should never expect is quiet. The one thing that you should always be seeing are fucking children playing, enjoying their lives, safe and secure. These are fucking death camps. They're taking the children there to put them in the worst possible conditions with plausible deniability. Reached by email, the founder and president of Urban Strategies, Lisa Cummings, wrote that the company is deeply committed to the care and well-being of the children we serve, but directed any questions about ORR contracted shelters to the federal agency. And this is like the perk of fascism. Private corporations being paid by the government, being protected by the government, and they're able to make profits and say, hey, you have any concerns, any complaints, go to the federal government. And like always, you got to put a face to this name. She's the founder and president of Urban Strategies. We always got to put a face to these names. We have to know what these fucking demons look like. Look at this. Oh my goodness. How beautiful. Look at this. All women. How powerful, how strong, how motivating. Oh, and look at it. You got the sombrero. You got the sarape over here. Oh my gosh. How empowering representation. Urban Strategies was born out of one woman's passion. Urban Strategies was born out of one woman's passion for communities on the margins. Today, through partnerships with community and faith-based organizations, we reach families and children through a spectrum of programs that help reach their full potential. We have to recognize Christianity as the fucking death cult that it is. Lisa Cummings, founder and president. Lorena Gonzalez, PhD, senior advisor. Melissa Aguilar, executive director. Jessica Martinez, executive director. Martha Ramos Bradley, executive director. Rachel Ayler, executive director. Rene Gonzalez, chief operating officers. Juan Victor Acevedo, finance director. Manolo Gonzalez, human resource director. Chris Balcos, IT director. You know, there's the unique hatred that you develop for compradors. I think comes from a place of pain. Because you hear these names, you recognize them, you see these faces, and you recognize them. And that's what makes them so dangerous, is that their name, their faces, their accents make you feel comfortable and safe. And I'm sure that the people around them that don't know what they do think that these are good people, think that they're friendly neighbors, that they're the good people at church, that they're doing good work, good services. Oh, they're helping the needy. Oh, they're providing shelter and good housing, good placements for young women, young girls. Because they don't pull back those layers. And so these people are among us. These people are in our communities. And they smile at us. They hug us. They shake our hands. They wish us well. And we think that they're fucking human beings. They're just pretending to be human. They're just imposters. And they need to be exposed. And they need to be brought into the fucking light. And everyone around them, their family, friends, their community, needs to know what they do and how they're putting little girls' lives at risk. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing with this channel. I don't know what I'm doing with these streams. I don't know where I'm going in life. I don't know what the fuck is going on with me these days. But if I could help put a face to these fucking demons, I could help expose them. A couple thousands of y'all can be aware of who they are. I'll find some fucking happiness, some sense in that. When asked about the San Benito facility, the ORR spokesperson wrote that Urban Strategies has a long-standing record of delivering high-quality care to pregnant unaccompanied minors with a consistently low staff turnover. But agency sources who spoke with the newsroom said that as recently as 2024, staff members at the shelter failed to arrange timely medical appointments for pregnant girls or immediately shared critical health information with federal agencies and discharged them without arrangements to continue their medical care. I haven't done much with my life, but I could tell you this right now. When I was volunteering as a child advocate, and I was not good at it, I could have done better. I have a lot of regrets. One of the main things that you worked on was whenever a child was transferred from one facility to another. Emailing, calling consistently, making sure that the new facility that they're at are aware of any medical needs that the child, needs attending to. You push that. You speak to multiple people and you vocalize that. And you might come off annoying. You're going to get hopefully a yes, or we're on top of that. We're aware. Awesome. You still bring it up. So the fact that you're dealing with pregnant girls and arrangements, medical care is not being communicated that is required. Again, I'm telling you from experience, and this is malicious. This is not simply incompetence. This is being done on purpose. There is simply no fucking possible way. Somebody with my limited experience, just as a volunteer, not even a paid employee, was having these conversations of, are you aware of this? Was this communicated with you? Did the previous facility let you know? Did the previous housing situation let you know this or that? You do that when you're, introducing yourself, and a case is being like, you're continuing the case through multiple different housing arrangements and facilities. That's just the way it is. You almost have to start. It's like starting from scratch with the facility, not with the child, obviously, but you go through all the initial notes. You update them with anything that might have occurred. Like, that's just part of it. There is no fucking realm that this was done unconsciously. I'm telling you that right now. It's literally almost fucking impossible. The debriefings that occur. The ORR temporarily barred the shelter from receiving pregnant girls, while Urban Strategies implemented a remediation. The ORR temporarily barred the shelter from receiving pregnant girls, while the Urban Strategies implemented a remediation plan. But the plan did not add staff or enhance their qualifications, the sources said. Then what the fuck are you doing? Then why did the why would they no longer be barred? If you're not increasing staff, if you're not enhancing the qualifications, what the fuck can you do to improve? It doesn't even fucking matter what the topic is. If you're failing to the point that you're barred from, and when we're talking about receiving pregnant girls, meaning like from being able to carry out your duties and your obligations, and so you're put on a hold. How is not increasing staff at a minimum, although that's usually not even the best response if that's not inherently connected to enhancing qualifications? Clearly your standards and the staff that you have on duty are failing. So you need to increase the standards and get new staffing that is adequate to the new standards. I believe these contradictory statements are meant to create obfuscation around what is actually happening. Absolutely. I mean, that is the role of bureaucracy in these situations. Remediation means the act of fixing, cleaning, or correcting something that is bad, damaged, or wrong. It mostly refers to environmental cleanup, educational support, or hazard removal. The act or process of remedying. Several sources inside the agency said its leadership was provided with a list of shelters that are better prepared to handle children with high-risk pregnancies. All of those shelters are located outside of Texas, in regions where the full range of necessary medical care is available. Yet the directive to place them in San Benito remains. This is without question purposeful. There should be no doubt, no question that this is being done on purpose. It's cruel. It's cruel. One of the officials said, they don't care about any of these kids. They're playing politics with children's health. I mean, it makes perfect fucking sense. It makes perfect sense why Angie Salazar was cozying up to RFK Jr. Perfect fucking sense. Because what they do is pretend to care about children, use children to push their just sadistic worldview. a dress rehearsal. Jonathan White, who ran ORR's Unaccompanied Children program from January 2017 to March of 2018, said he wasn't surprised to learn that the new administration is moving pregnant, unaccompanied, I keep stumbling with that word, unaccompanied children to Texas. I've been expecting this since Trump returned to office, White said in an interview. He said he views the San Benito order as a continuation of an anti-abortion policy shift that began in 2017, which ultimately proved to be a dress rehearsal for the current administration. Scott Lloyd, the agency's director at the time, denied girls in the ORR custody permission to end their pregnancies, court records show. JD versus Azar, formerly Garza versus Azar and Garza versus Hargan, challenging Trump administration's refusal to permit teenage immigration detainees to access abortion services. Religious liberty, reproductive freedom, immigration rights, filed October 13, 2017, status victory, court U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia. U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, October 13, 2017 was the latest update. Summary: on October 13, 2017, the American Civil Liberties Union filed an emergency lawsuit in federal court to fight on behalf of the young woman in Texas who is being prevented from accessing abortion care by the Trump administration. The ACLU of DC joined together with the attorneys from the National ACLU and the ACLU offices of Northern and Southern California to challenge the Trump administration's abortion ban. Jane Doe, a pregnant teenager currently staying at the shelter for unaccompanied immigrant children in Texas, has been prevented from getting an abortion by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. She has already been subjected to egregious delays to her medical care, as well as counseling and procedures without her consent. The Department of Health and Human Services required her to go to a government-approved counselor at a religious-affiliated anti-abortion crisis pregnancy center, which urged her to continue her pregnancy. Christian and white nationalists are our number one enemies. These reactionaries are literally targeting children and putting them in life-threatening situations. I do not understand how somebody who targets children are not collectively viewed as the enemy of humanity. Federal officials forced her to have a medically unnecessary sonogram against her will. ORR blocked her from traveling to her medical visits, even after judicial authorization and after her court-appointed attorney and guardian have offered to provide transportation to the abortion provider. She has also secured private funding for her abortion. Federal officials told Jane's mother about her abortion despite her clear wishes not to tell her parents, and despite Jane getting a court order under Texas law to consent to her abortion without notification of or consent from her parents. Jane did not want to involve her parents because they were physically abusive to an older sister who became pregnant. This is why earlier I was hesitant, don't get me wrong. This is why earlier I mentioned, hey, there's a possibility that because of Christianity, and obviously I'm including Catholicism in that, you know, these girls might not be in situations where they feel comfortable to get abortions because of the indoctrination. Obviously, this is an institutional problem, but understand that, like, man, do I got stories. You know, Our families are fucked up. And sometimes your biggest enemies are in your home. The pressure, the guilt, the oppression and the targeting that you receive for violating, these religious doctrines. And sometimes in homes that don't even fucking practice this shit. I mean, I always joke around about like Mexican Catholics. If you're going to pick a religion, pick that one because, hell, it could be a fucking bautismo. And there's going to be fucking a truckload of alcohol. This shit, the dad might invite their fucking Sancha. The Sancho might fucking show up. You have the abusive uncles hanging out and shit. And yet they can still go to misa and pray all that shit away. Our client isn't alone in suffering these gross injustices. The ACLU's motion for preliminary injunctions describes attempts by the ORR director, Scott Lloyd, to personally It's not coerce, right?
Coerce.
Oh, yeah, it's coerce. To personally coerce young women to carry their pregnancies to term instead of having an abortion, and to personally force them to go to religiously affiliated crisis pregnancy centers. And again, we got to put a face of these. Scott Lloyd. What is this? Or our director. I mean, to the surprise of no one. Why was he acting like, oh yeah, I knew things were going to get worse? But there's the face. At least this one seems about white over here. The ACLU's motion for a preliminary injunction describes attempts by the ORR director, Scott Lloyd, to personally coerce young women to carry their pregnancies to term instead of having an abortion, and to personally force them to go to religiously affiliated crisis pregnancy centers. In addition, shelters for unaccompanied immigrant children are being directed not to allow minors to seek judicial bypass for abortions or allow them to meet with attorneys, even if this is contrary to state law. In one case, a young woman was forcibly sent to an emergency room after she'd taken the abortion pill to try and prevent her from completing the abortion. I mean, this is some fucking like, I don't know, Days of Our Lives. I don't know what the fuck. Like just comically caricatures of this like vile Christian bullshit. On October 18, 2017, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia granted a temporary restraining order prohibiting the government from interfering with Jane Doe's access to her abortion provider. The government sought an emergency stay of that order from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, which heard oral arguments on the government's motion on October 20th, 2017. Late on October 20th, the 3-judges panel of D.C. Circuit set aside key parts of the temporary restraining order and sent the case back to the district court to see if Jane Doe could find a sponsor to whom the ORR could transfer custody before the end of October. Judge Millett dissented, arguing that forcing her to continue an unwanted pregnancy just in hopes of finding a sponsor that has not been found in the past 6 weeks sacrifices Jane's constitutionally liberty, autonomy, and personal dignity for no justifiable governmental reason. It's Christianity. That's what it is. Yeah. I think we'll wrap up this section here, just because it is a little outdated, 2017. Just to finish this piece. Fucking gross, man. Lloyd also required the girls to get counseling about the benefits of motherhood and the harms of abortion, and personally pleaded with some of them to reconsider. Quote, I work to treat all the children in the ORR with dignity, including the unborn children. Yeah, no, this is not a Christian white nation, man. This is not a Christian white nation. No. This is not at all. I mean, we have separation of church and state. Why would we be concerned with Christian white nationalists? The law prevents that. What are we doing? Why should we be concerned about this at all? Why don't we normalize this shit? Absolutely fucking abhorrent. God damn it, bro. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. I gotta put this. Forgot I left this food out here. Give me one sec. I'll literally be right back. Let me walk this shit off. Did I lie, y'all? Did I lie? All right. My apologies. This is just, yeah, sickening is the least of those things. In the fall of 2017, the American Civil Liberties Union filed a class action lawsuit against Lloyd and the Trump administration on behalf of pregnant girls in ORR custody. The ACLU argued that denying the girls abortions violated their constitutional rights established by the Supreme Court in its 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. Not long after the lawsuit was filed, the white yeah, literally, bro. Literally this, man. Not long after the lawsuit was filed, White said he received a late-night phone call from Lloyd, who had a request. He wanted White to transfer an unaccompanied pregnant girl who was seeking an abortion to a migrant shelter in Texas, where, under state law, it would have been too late for her to terminate her pregnancy. White believed following the order would have been unlawful because it might have denied the girl access to legal relief under the lawsuit, so he refused. The girl was not transferred. Lloyd, who has since left the government, told the newsroom he didn't believe his request was illegal. I mean, if we're going to have detention centers, this is who should be occupying it. The class action lawsuit was settled in 2020. The first Trump administration agreed not to interfere with abortion access to migrant youth in federal custody going forward. 4 years later, the Biden administration cemented the deal in official regulations. If a child who wanted to terminate her pregnancy was detained in a state where it was not legal, the ORR had to move them to a state where it was. Credit where credit's due. I mean, it would be a whole lot easier to just eliminate these institutions so that these weird ass fucking little loopholes weren't even fucking necessary. That rule remains in place and the agency appears to be following it. ORR has transferred 2 pregnant girls out of Texas since July, though agency sources said one of them chose not to terminate her pregnancy. But now that Trump is back in office, his administration is working to kill the policy. And that's the problem. And that's the fucking problem. If we want real fucking solutions, you're not playing tit for tat in this legal bullshit. Elegant and simple. Even before Trump won re-election, policymakers in his circle were planning a renewed attempt to restrict abortion rights for unaccompanied minors. I mean, they're sitting at home thinking about this shit. They're spending their free time contemplating how to make it impossible for young children that have gone through sexual abuse, that have been raped, not to be able to have an abortion. And they're gathering in prayer fucking circles. They're staying fucking after church on Saturday, on Sundays, to make these fucking plans. That's how diabolical these fucking individuals are. Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's blueprint for a politically conservative overhaul of the federal government, called for ORR to stop facilitating abortions for children in its care. The plan advised the government not to detain unaccompanied children in states where abortion is available. Such a change is now possible, Project 2025 argued, because Roe v. Wade is no longer an obstacle. Since the Supreme Court overturned the landmark decision in 2022, there is no longer a federal right to abortion. And this is the part where I say, well, wouldn't it be nice if there was a Democratic president who had a majority that could have codified Roe v. Wade? If only there was some type of generational politician that had full control of government, that had promised to do all these great things. If only we had voted harder. If only we had just believed and had hope. If only we had just trusted the Democratic Party. Maybe this could have been avoided. If only somebody was president years ago to have made this a right. If only, if only. Upon return to office, Trump signed an executive order to end the forced use of federal taxpayer dollars to fund or promote elective abortions. Then in July, the Department of Justice reconsidered a long-standing federal law governing the use of taxpayer money for abortion. Long-standing federal law governing the use of taxpayer money for abortion. The DOJ concluded that the government cannot pay to transport detainees from one state to another to facilitate the abortion access, except in cases of rape or incest, or to save the life of the mother. And now, ORR is working to rescind the Biden-era requirement that pregnant girls requesting an abortion be moved to states where it's available. On January 23rd, the agency submitted the proposed change for government approval, though it has not yet published the details. Several of the ORR officials who spoke with the newsroom said it's unclear whether children in the agency's custody who have been raped or need emergency medical care will still be able to get abortions. HHS does not comment on pending or pre-decisional rulemaking, the agency spokesperson wrote when asked for details of the regulatory change. ORR will continue to comply with all applicable federal laws, including requirement for providing necessary medical care to children in ORR custody. But the day the change was submitted, an unnamed Health and Human Services spokesperson told the Daily Signal, a conservative news site, our goal is to save lives both for these young children that are coming across the border that are pregnant and to save the lives of their unborn babies. Like other experts who spoke with newsrooms, White, the former head of RR's Unaccompanied Children program, said he thinks the San Benito Directive and anti-abortion rule change are meant to work hand in hand. Once pregnant children are placed in the San Benito shelter, the new regulations could mean they cannot be moved out of Texas to get abortions, even if keeping them there puts them at risk. It's so elegant and simple, White said. All they have to do is send them to Texas. You know, I had been, like I said, holding back on this story here, and I just felt that it was appropriate considering, the women pleading from these ICE detention centers of medical neglect. And I'm like, if that's what the women are experiencing, what are these girls going through? And we should never lose focus on how Christian white nationalism has always been and remains to be the number one enemy of colonized people. And that should be the thing that at the very least unites us to organize and fight back, to defend these young women. This is something that I'm definitely going to invest more time in. There's something actually very personal to me. So this is not the last time we hear this. I'm going to do more of the reading. I want to make sure that I read, the rulings and all this to be more informed and construct a better way of communicating just how abhorrent this is. I'm going to knock out the Grand Planner thing this week. I'm going to start working on the Cesar Chavez piece after, and I think this will be a good follow-up to that. And I say this not to I don't know. I know some people say, hey, don't publicize your plans, but I say that to be held accountable to this. Y'all were hounding me about the Grand Planner video for the longest, and I appreciate it. I sincerely do. I don't want to just stream. I want to make sure that I'm able to create things that are more accessible to people that may not have multiple hours, But I'm glad that I kept this on the docket for quite some time. It's 7-11 right now. I mean, hey. Do me a favor, y'all. Please hit the like button. Costs you nothing. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to help support what I'm doing over here, what I'm trying to figure out, check out the memberships, super chat, super stickers. If you want to help long term, check out the Patreon. I really appreciate all the support there. $2 gets you access to the Discord. It's a great space there. I'm going to be more proactive in jumping in and just having conversations on there. It's a great time. We could either talk nonsense and then it'll for sure get political at one point or another. And if you want to support without anyone skimming off the top, check out the Cash App. I appreciate it. I know I've been asked to provide a Venmo, so I'll do that as well. I'll get on top of that. Thank you so much for all the support. I truly appreciate it, and especially right now, it means a lot. So those of y'all, believe me, if I could give you a personal thank you without being hella awkward, I would. But y'all know that I appreciate it sincerely, so thank you for that. Play says, I also really enjoyed rewatching the Cut Down Stream segment. Do you think you're going to do more of them from now on? Yeah, I have to. The channel's got to grow. So if you haven't already, I know most people stay on the main channel, but check out Deculturation Live, subscribe there as well. So, changes are going to happen. Look, like, why did I spend a month from editing one to the other? Sure, I was working, sure, I was busy, but like, I need to get better at this. And so, I'll work on making sure I'm dropping like 2 of these a week. Honestly, that's the goal right now. That's the practical goal, is editing. But the problem is that, man, I take long pauses. I don't know how y'all put up with me. Like, I take long pauses between ideas and thoughts, and I'm just like, come on, man, get a move on. That's mainly what I'm doing, is just editing out the pauses. So I'm like, sheesh. So yeah, by cutting down the live streams, for sure, it helps reach a larger audience. I mean, this doesn't really reflect that right now, 695 views, but this story kind of like was a while ago already. And maybe not the best thumbnail either. Kind of looks weird. I did it like last minute. All of these thumbnails are kind of weird. I need to come up with like a cohesive, constant thumbnail, something like that. I don't know. I don't really think about this stuff like I should, to be honest. As long as you don't use AI to generate thumbnails, you're good. You know what it is? That's not even a principle thing right now. Like, what it is my ego is too big to succumb to AI. That's what it is. Like, it's just kind of like, I could do it better myself. And it's going to be, like, this is like kind of trash, to be honest. There's too much going on. But I know I'm capable of, if I just manage my time properly, to create something better than AI can. You women, the best mod around. Thank you so much. But also 15 to 20 clips might be helpful too. Okay. So I'm going to launch the clip channel. I've been talking about it for a minute, and I'm going to do it. I'll do it this week. And obviously the goal there would be to, get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible, and just to be honest and blatant, to monetize that as soon as possible. I never want to be disingenuous or try to hide. Fact is, shit's weird right now. And yeah, I got to put in the work. That's what it is. It was never my plan to monetize any of this. It's just life has kind of pushed me in this direction out of necessity, and it is what it is. I take that as a direct insult. You got to make up your mind. What are we doing here? You refuse the crown. Now you want the crown. Like, what's going on here? I appreciate y'all sincerely and dearly. Yeah, thank you all so much. All reasons for not using AI are valid, right? Yeah. So if you haven't already, subscribe to Deculturation Live. All right. So I felt, again, maybe there's a common theme in these. I don't know. We'll find out right now. Not the biggest fan of Ken Klippenstein, but again, if you're bringing the reporting, we're going to cover it. FEMA's new mission, domestic terrorism. The disaster response agency forgets the weather, embraces pre-crime. Now this is like I really, I got excited reading this because I'm like, dude, this is like Alex Jones' wet dream over here. They're like, all right, brother, I told you this entire time. FEMA was purging thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, coffins, plastic coffins for mass death. They're going to put you in a camp. You fellow white Americans are going to be in camps. Now, it's fine to incarcerate all the black people disproportionately. Now, it's fine to hold the brown people in ICE detention centers because of freedom. But FEMA is coming for you, brother. I don't know. Look, if y'all were like around in the early 2000s, like FEMA conspiracy theories were everywhere. Loved it. Like it's a great pastime of my early stoner days. But we have hit the Alex Jones was right stage. The only problem is, in a way, Alex Jones is always right. But Alex Jones was speaking to white people. He wasn't speaking to us. I mean, I remember when, y'all remember this? I think this actually might have been the way that I found out about Alex Jones. I'm pretty sure this is how I found Alex Jones.
Effective. Mitt Romney would have done the exact same thing, but couldn't have gotten away with as much.
And I think that, look, if someone else had been able to be in that position, smiling, and then sending all of these troops and mercenaries back into Iraq, back into Afghanistan, exploiting the natural resources, deporting as many people as he did, which we'll get into later, I think that that would have garnered a lot more hatred if it had happened from a right-wing Republican white guy, as opposed to someone who has the impression of being an incredibly liberal individual and yet follows, a secretive agenda that really doesn't answer to anybody, especially not.
Well, sure. We're going to get into globalism and a few things we talked about before you came into the studio here.
And look, I mean, this is what happens, and I'm not saying anything that Tech said, was wrong. I call him Tech. We just know each other back in the Harlem days, back in the... Mind you, I've never been to the... Oh, no, technically, is Washington, D.C. part of the East Coast? I don't know how that works. I don't know how y'all do that over there. Now I have a great reason to go, but so many people. Here's the problem, and we covered this before. When you have these well-read, intellectual, there's no denying that Immoral Technique is absolutely an intellectual. But when you're one of these weird ass, I'm not a socialist, I'm not a communist people, this is what happens. You might be saying the right thing. You might be, you hold the right position. But then you have conversation with other people who do have an ideology, who do have a set agenda, and you're going to get used. And that's what happened to Immoral Technique here. What is this, like 13 years ago minimum? And instead of using this opportunity, I think he was on more than once, right? Or was it just that one time? I think there was like a machine gun once between them. Yeah, this is definitely another moment. Yeah, right here.
That people have is automatic.
One to spot is...
Okay, I guess not. I guess I was just remembering a different angle of this conversation. Yeah, this right here. But there's no real pushback in this conversation of saying, hey, what you represent, Alex Jones, is, the fears and concerns of white people for white people, and you don't give a fuck about brown or black people. In fact, you see us as the enemy. So yes, you heard it here, folks. Alex Jones was always right, brother. Never been wrong, not once time. I lost it. It's because I'm sick. I'm legit. Look, I killed this fucking shit, bro. Not in one day. But for me to take medicine is bad. Okay, what was I gonna say? Sandy Hook was not. Shout out to Department of Truth, literally right behind me. Where is it? Where is it? Right there. Great fucking book. And their opening first issue is about school shootings. You know, yeah, you're right. Saying even considering going on his show is nutty. And I believe Moral Technique said like, oh, well, it was a different time. It was a different Alex Jones. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Like, honestly, it wasn't. Alex Jones has always been Alex Jones. This is what I'm saying. Like, even when he was complaining about FEMA camps, and I, would listen to his bullshit at a young age, bro, like, even I knew, oh, like, you're worried about what might happen to white people, not what's happening to the rest of us. Right. Makes sense. Let's get started with this here. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, often criticized for its inadequate response to natural disasters like wildfires, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes, has been assigned a new mission: domestic terrorism. Yay! Woo! Finally, they're an American institution. Now FEMA is shilling out grant money to state and local authorities to build up capacity to carry out pre-crime operations against organized political violence. As one FEMA information bulletin I obtained says, the bulletin dated July 9 instructs local authorities to prioritize domestic terrorism in their grant applications, titled Implementations of National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. The document echoes President Trump's emphasis on rooting out suspected domestic terrorists before an attack takes place. And I mean, I was thinking about this last night. I was driving. I don't know why I was thinking about this. I'm like, is the FBI good? No. What I was thinking was like, a lot of the excuse from these reactionary people, right, is, hey, the FBI is the ones behind these white militia, attempted terrorist plots, where like these white men would never have thought about doing these things if it wasn't for the FBI corrupting them and using, their Christian values against them or some bullshit. And my question was like, well, is it that like we want the FBI to like be misguiding or controlling these militias, even though it's meant, like I was just playing this whole head thing where I'm like, even though it's meant to further legitimize the FBI and increase their budget, but at least they're like, like I'm playing this whole game of like, well, at least they're doing this and that and that. The only problem is, one of the main problems is that whenever the FBI needs to allow one of these terrorist attacks to occur, they can. They're like, oh, you're cutting our funding? Dope. One of the 20 fucking things that we're organizing, I might just go through after we've trained and provided them with all the resources. To head off these attacks, the bulletin tells states what to buy, training to spot social media-based indicators, analysts to monitor online behaviors and digital footprints, and teams for managing persons of concerns whose behavior indicates a potential trajectory towards domestic terrorism. Wow. I love that one. Put that on my fucking tombstone. Managing persons of concerns whose behavior indicates a potential trajectory towards domestic terrorism. I mean, you can't get any more fucking vague and like maybe, perhaps, sort of, kind of, on a leap year than this fucking sentence here. That's astonishing. Yeah, that's some legal fucking jujitsu right there. Some form of the word indicator, indicators, indicative, indicates appears 10 times in the 8-page FEMA bulletin. 8 pages? Is that a fucking bulletin? I thought bulletin had to be like legit, like bullet points. An 8-page bulletin? Isn't that just a fucking report at that point? What makes something a bulletin? I thought you were able to put it on a bulletin board. So it has to be like a page. What are we doing here? The real issue is it a bulletin or not? It is a favorite euphemism of law enforcement because it's obscure. Because it obscures what's really happening pre-crime. Indicators of something a person said or did that an officer has been trained to read as a sign of a crime that hasn't happened and may never happen. Because they're doing their job, stopping crime before it occurs. Would you rather victims suffer? Under this approach, the old requirements that evidence of a crime come first before any investigation is placed by a forecast. Under this approach, the old requirement that evidence of a crime come first before any investigation is replaced by a forecast. It's vibes-based law enforcement. Divination, but with the imprimatur? Hold on. Because I know this is like divination, right? To isn't it like to predict or some shit? The practice of seeking hidden knowledge, answers, or let me see. The art of practice that seeks to foresee or foretell future events or discover hidden knowledge, usually by the interpretation of omens or by aid of supernatural powers. I mean, that is what I want the FBI to be doing. I want them to be with a fucking Ouija board asking what plans I'm plotting, you know? Imprimatur.
Imprimatur.
Imprimatur. What is this? Sanction approval. A license to print or publish. Okay, yeah, sure. A mark of approval or distinction. Nice. Of national security respectability. And while it's mostly only been used against real organized foreign terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, it's now being deployed against Americans. Shock. Wait, what? Oh, it's our turn now? Yeah, all right, wonderful. Learn the latest tactics and trends used by domestic terrorism actors in order to recognize indicators prior to an attack. Prepare and train communities to identify and report threatening or concerning behaviors that may be indicative of larger threat plotting and or activity. Conduct surveillance and counter surveillance training to detect pre-operational casing and hostile surveillance of domestic targets. As for why any state or local government would entangle itself in such fraught activities, a second document I obtained from FEMA's parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, explains why. It contains a not-so-subtle warning to authorities that don't adhere to the new domestic terrorism priority, saying, failure to meet NPA, National Priority Areas, spending requirements will result in a hold on affected funds until compliance issues are resolved. Bro, I love this bureaucratic shit, man. Shout out. I've been trying to get through it. I'm almost there. I don't know why it's taking me so long to finish this movie. Brazil, if you haven't seen it, it's honestly like, I don't think it's the hype that I was hearing. What is this? 1985 Brazil. But it's pretty fucking solid. If you haven't seen it, check out Brazil. This is honestly like a perfect poster here. Because for me, I'm cool with some dry humor. Not too heavy on the British shit, but it's fine. The bureaucratic, like emphasis on the bureaucratic bullshit, right? And I'm sure it's probably an anti-communist movie, yada, whatever. But man, like, you gotta check it out. Because just the bureaucratic aspect of it all is, for me, fucking hilarious. Like, every time they have a new fucking thing to sign, and spoiler alert for a movie that came out in the fucking 80s, Robert De Niro makes an amazing cameo, which to me confirmed that he would have made a great Mario. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? But no, yes, failure to meet MPA spending requirements. This is a conservative party. The people that are financially fucking, on it. Responsible. Yeah. No, it's not really. I mean, it kind of is talking about thought crime, but I'm more concerned about like the bureaucratic humor within it. I don't know why. That's what really connected me to the movie. Alaska and Claudia would agree. Who's that, Claudia? Okay, so here it is. Failure to meet MPA spending requirements will result in the hold of affected funds until compliance issues are resolved. Compliance issues meaning until you spend money on this shit. Priority areas, enhancing the protection of soft targets, crowded places. Description, improving security at locations accessible to public and vulnerable to attacks. Minimum allocation requirements, no minimum allocation. All right, off to a good start. Oh, is he? What character does he play? Oh, he plays like yeah. Oh, that is him. That's so fucking funny. Hold on. That's right. He's so young without the mustache. It's almost unrecognizable. Yeah, he essentially plays a Mario, but they're here to fix the AC unit. Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious. Wow, thank you so much for that. Oh, the set designs, everything in this movie is honestly, I can't even argue. It's even for its time or what have you, it's fucking awesome. Maybe because I've been watching it in parts, I just can't get through it. Brazil gave me nightmares. It's a great fucking movie. It makes sense. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, you can see it once you picture the mustache. They're famous drag queens. Did they do a like drag queen of I don't know, what do you call that? Drag queening of? No. Relax. Did they cosplay as as Mario and Luigi or what? Jesus. No, they didn't. Or at least nothing came up. Well, what is it? Is cosplaying just drag or is drag cosplaying? You know, what came first really? It's hard to tell. Is that not what you call it? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this bash the sit hat male. uh, all right. I never said I did not like drag. I was just asking questions, hard-hitting questions. I'm sorry you guys can't handle my investigative journalist abilities. I'll have you know that I've seen clips of Paris is Burning. So I'm kind of an ally if you think about it. All right. No, yeah, RuPaul is we're talking about representation, maybe. RuPaul is on a sick one. You you just you just say doing drag, verified in 4K. Carlos hates queer people and black women, and don't get me started on queer black women. Don't get me started, brothers and sisters, about the true number one concern about America. Yeah, basically that.
I think all white people should aspire to be cookout approved white person.
She didn't say brown. I appreciate y'all sincerely. That last segment was rough, man. Yeah. Ay. Supporting Homeland Security task forces and fusion centers, promoting coordination of activities and critical information sharing and analysis to prevent and respond to threats. No minimum allocation, but allocation must include at least one project in support of the state or territory's designated fusion center. Carlex Jones is crazy. Oh no, wait. Somebody, who was it? Oh shit, was it on the stream or was it on the edited video? Somebody mentioned like a character, and I'm like, oh, I'm doing that shit moving forward. Ah man, I can't remember. Ay. That's great. Carlex Jones here to tell you, cosplayers are normalizing Drag Race, and they're affecting your anime and influencing your children. No longer are they falling victims to Japanese fascist propaganda, they're falling to the LGBTQIA agenda. Think about it. Cat ears came from what? Anime. Oh yeah. Before your child starting calling themselves they, them, they first saw an anime that awakened something deep within them. An unchristian thing that made them say, hey, wait a minute. Maybe I should look at the internet for a deeper, or a deeper dive into these feelings. Enhancing cybersecurity, strengthening the protections. Okay, we're just gonna skip this. Sorry. Carlex Jones is never wrong. Here we have Vic. Accurate. For me, it was the Oron High School Host Club. Christians have never been wrong, ladies and gentlemen. And this Catholic young man here ain't wrong either. Hey, look, Linstack. I'm cool with being one of those. I won't tell you which one, though. I'll let y'all figure that one out. I'm not, hold on. I can't do the character if you're all agreeing with him. What the fuck? That's not how it works. I can't play these characters if you're all like, oh no, yeah, it checks out. What the fuck? Shit, I was just fucking around. I just hit the nail on the target. Oh shit. Oh, that's hilarious. I was a gay fraud before the anime. I swear I was. Yeah. Y se pasan. To be honest, what even is this anime? Oh man, come on. Y'all make it too easy. What in Christian's name is this? What in Christ is going on here? I don't even, I'm afraid to scroll down. Yeah. Come on, y'all. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. You're gonna ask. I'm just. Yeah. Is the Beast things like the detective one? Yeah, kind of. This one I've seen, and again, this is, I mean, because Netflix, definitely not scrolling anywhere past this. This is literally a no scroll Google search. All right. I've been forced to fucking Zootopia, already kind of like just unleashed on the internet. I'm not adding anime to the equation. Thank you very much. Ay, ay, ay. En el nombre de Padre, Espíritu Santis. Yeah, no, I'm good. Listen here. I watched The Fox and the Hound. That's a good Christian animal depicted movie. All right? Anything past that? No bueno, amigo. No bueno. It ain't Christian. Yeah. Yeah, those fucking business cards are gonna get pretty long to print. Yeah. Oh, you know what, Vic? This reminds me talking about when the whole like when Naruto's like, "You're a perv," Jiraiya's like, "I'm a big one." All right. We're good. Thank you. I needed that. Honestly, that was a rough front start of the stream. What time are we at? We're at 3:23. All right, cool. I appreciate y'all. We're probably gonna knock this out here and then just do one video kind of review thing. We gotta have a little bit more fun after this. Yeah, I'm not reading that. Bukai, I'm not reading that. Thanks. Bukai's like, do not disrespect my culture. Which reminds me of another one of my great favorite American Dad jokes. This is how bad it's been. I haven't seen American Dad in a while. I haven't kept up with it. But last time I was so down and out that I needed to watch American Dad. Let's see if I can find it. Is it this one?
Hey, Steve, you want to play that game where you start with a tower of blocks and one by one you take them out and stack them on top until it collapses?
You mean Jenga?
Well, I think it's pronounced Henga, but if you want to crap all over the Spanish language, go ahead.
That's one of my favorite jokes. Because, I mean, I've never thought of calling it Henga. And mind you, I grew up playing Turismo, right? Turismo, for those of you that don't know, is basically Monopoly, but like just the Spanish version. Let's see if I can find the one that I played growing up. I never played Monopoly. See if I could find it. Was it even called Turismo? Or did I just call it that? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Do we have any beaners in the chat? Calling all beaners to the forefront. Okay. Vic knows what's up. It is called Turismo, right? I'm getting a bunch of Gran Turismo. I hope that's not what you guys are referring to. I'm referring to the board game. Or was it just like a bootleg ass shit that I played? There's Turista. Was it? That wasn't that one. I could have sworn it's called Turismo. Maybe not. Or just Turista Mundial, maybe? Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it was this. But yeah, it was just basically Monopoly, but you were buying like countries. It was all in Spanish and shit. So I never played Monopoly growing up. We would play this. It was fun. Honestly, personally, I'm biased as fuck because this is all I knew. I enjoyed it more than, I mean, Monopoly is just kind of like very, I don't know, like just business oriented. This is at least like, oh, like, I don't know, making you think about the world, I guess. So it's not Monopoly, it's imperialism. It's literally Monopoly, but everything is just countries instead. This is what I grew up playing as a fucking being her ass kid shit. Yeah. Okay, so imperialism and colonialism is fun to you? Only if I win. Only if I'm victorious. Yeah, I can't find like the cover that I grew up playing. But yeah, that shit was fun, man. Margie Marsh, thank you so much for the gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The GOAT trophy for 1,000 jewels. That's awesome. That's awesome. You could be deported? Brother, you could be deported anytime. Yep. But hey, you know what? Dicen por ahí que no soy latino, so who fucking knows? Okay. That second document, the Department of Homeland Security grant program, notice is a $1 billion shopping list of available federal money. But there's a catch. 35%, it says, must go to terrorism prevention. Another 30% is allocated for 5 designated Department of Homeland Security priorities. 1. Supporting border crisis response. 2. Enhancing election security. 3. Supporting Homeland Security task forces and fusion centers. 4. Enhancing the protection of soft targets, crowded places. And 5. Enhancing cybersecurity. The priorities track the president's own preoccupations. Just this month, Trump gave a primetime address claiming China had compromised the 2020 election. The border crisis response priority, meanwhile, points states straight at ICE 287G program, which, as I've reported, turns local law enforcement into bounty hunters by paying them to do immigration enforcement. Including bonuses tied to how many people they find. The Homeland Security Task Force priority, the Homeland Security Task Force's priority refers to the new federal local strike forces Trump created by executive order on his first day back in office to hunt cartels and enforce immigration. Yeah, but I mean, these are just, hardworking Americans on hard times that need a little bit of extra cash. And so when they run for the Senate or for Congress or what have you, we just have to be sympathetic and not entitled, not elitist, not privileged to the struggle they were going through. What is this? Yeah, I read this, right? Yeah, okay, cool. And the crowded places priority has its own ghost, the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, shot in front of a crowd at a university event last September. Is Ken one of these people that were crying over Charlie Kirk? I don't remember. Y'all remember this? Huh. Does anyone know whether Ken was one of the people being like Charlie Kirk was engaging in American politics the right way? The murder is what precipitated all of this. 3 days after signing an executive order declaring Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, Trump issued NSPM 7 on September 25th, 2025, a national security order that opens with a reference to Kirk's murder and builds a counterterrorism program meant to prevent the next one. Now, I do want to say a lot of these rattlers were like, oh my gosh, Charlie Kirk, he's gone. And because of that, the state's going to crack down on us, this and that. And for the most part, they didn't really use it the way they should have. I mean, this is kind of the starting point of it, but they were making it seem like, nope, this is it. From like one day to the next, we're all in camps, we're all fucking collared, it's all gone, right? I don't think any of those motherfuckers cared enough about Charlie Kirk or liked him enough. The NSP 7 asserts that political violence in America does not emerge organically, but is a product of sophisticated, organized campaigns. It identifies its own indicators of domestic terrorism to investigate, including anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. I'm never recovering. Until now, NSPM 7 has largely pointed at federal machinery. Is that the federal machinery? Yeah. Like the FBI and IRS. But a brief section towards the bottom of NSPM 7 reaches down to your county sheriff. It orders the Homeland Security Secretary to develop grant programs to pay local law enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. And here it is. Section 4, Domestic Terrorism as a National Priority Area. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security. Nope. Yep. Okay, we're good. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall designate domestic terrorism a national priority area and develop appropriate grant programs to allocate funding for law enforcement partners to detect, prevent, and protect against threats arising from this area. Sounds reasonable. Sounds fair. Yeah, sounds good. Washington knew this would happen long before Trump entered the White House. FEMA was created in 1979 as an independent agency, but after the 9/11 attacks in 2003, it was folded into the new counterterrorism-focused Department of Homeland Security. FEMA's preparedness functions and grant programs were pulled out and scattered across the department. That September, the Undersecretary of Emergency Preparedness and Response sent Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge a 7-page memo warning the reorganization would cripple America's ability to respond to disasters. He was overruled. 2 years later came Katrina.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
When we talk about conspiracy theories, and I mean this as like respectful as possible, I want y'all to know that like I truly fucking believe that Katrina was like allowed to happen. Like I 100% sincerely believe that Katrina was like just like they knew and they just allowed it to happen. The response to Katrina confirms that for me. The response to Katrina, like I'm not Claudia, I'm not going full like harp on it. You know, don't get me wrong. Again, Stoner Days dabbled in all that. You know, I'm not there yet. Only because the Saudis, you know, the way they've been manipulating the weather, just it doesn't add up. It's not there, you know, for me. But also, sincerely, and I'm willing to be corrected. Please, if I'm lost, you know, let me know. The response to Katrina is the reason why I believe that they had advance notice. They understood how severe it was going to be, and they allowed it to happen. I don't think it was to the point of coordination like 9/11, which I think was very limited coordination. But the fact that Dick Cheney, you know, was in control of war games on 9/11, little things like that is just like, come on, bro, come on, let's stop. But yeah. Where are we at? That's September. Oh yeah, Katrina 2 years later came, but yeah. By October 2012, a bipartisan congressional investigation reported that the Department of Homeland Security could not say how much it had spent on fusion centers, the state and regional intelligence hubs built after 9/11, where local police, federal agents, and analysts pool information. DHS' own estimate ranged from $289 million to $1.4 billion. You know, it's like a range. It's like anywhere from a 200 million-ish, almost million-ish to a billion. You know, who's to say? Who's to know? What are numbers? Just print more cash. The intelligence coming out of them was of uneven quality, the Senate concluded, finding it oftentimes shoddy, rarely timely, sometimes endangering citizens' civil liberties. Reviewing 13 months of Fusion Center's reporting, investigators found nothing but uncovered a Reviewing 13 months of Fusion Center reporting, investigators found nothing that uncovered a terrorist threat and no contribution to disrupting an active plot. Of the 610 reports, 188 were never published, many because they lacked useful information or risk of violating civil liberties protections. Among the reports flagged, a Muslim community group's book recommendations, parenting advice, and a motorcycle club's pamphlet advising members to be polite to police during traffic stops. What happened? What happened to motorcycle clubs, man? Wow. What I will say is, I mean, this is one of the benefits of having like these fascist bureaucracies is, I mean, bro, like they're not great. These are pencil pushers just trying to make overtime. That's not to say that the capabilities and capacity aren't there, but I will add also, we are so comfortable. We're either so comfortable or just so unorganized to the point of not having any revolutionary fervor that nothing is really happening. And this is why consistently, report after report, they all point to like Christian white militias or white nationalist organizations being the primary threat to the status quo. because the brown and black communities are so disorganized, you know, have been misled so badly, have been conditioned to such a distorted reality that the threat isn't there. And it's, you know, honestly, it's a little embarrassing for us to be like, bro, like, how is it that the ones at the state have to acknowledge, whether or not, you know, Trump is engaging in this, but every fucking government has to acknowledge, oh yeah, if shit's gonna go down, it's gonna be these fucking crazy ass Peckerwoods and, you know, and their guns. Meanwhile, we're over here fucking what, man? Fiddling our fucking thumbs, you know? The people benefiting most from this Christian white nationalist settler colonial empire are the ones more upset about it and wanting to get busy. That's the type of entitlement that we need. BT says fascist activist active clubs are being organized, and they look insanely organized. They have organized like 6 regions in Florida alone. Are you getting like 5 cents for every time you use the word organized? No, just kidding. I get a nickel. No, it's just so much easier for them, bro. They don't have to have a coherent ideology. And for the most part, all it is a bunch of fucking like sad, pathetic man children eager for a hyper masculine male role model to give them a crumb of approval, a little fucking pat in the back, and these motherfuckers are breaking down crying. This is what they crave. They're pathetic fucking mentally weak individuals. "14 years later, the machine is being handed a mandate to watch digital footprints for indicators of anti-American sentiment. FEMA, meanwhile, has absorbed roughly a 14% workforce reduction since January 2025, while managing more than 300,000 projects across more than 600 open disaster declarations. Even in my little corner of the world in Wisconsin, I can see how desperately the country needs a functioning disaster response agency. Yesterday afternoon, a tornado came through Fox Valley, about 100 miles northeast of where I live. The National Weather Service issued a particularly dangerous situation warning, a designation it saves for the worst of them. Video of what it left behind is heartbreaking and all over social media today. Homes torn open, everything inside gone. I'm sure the people who lost their homes will be relieved to know that they're safe from domestic terrorism. What is needed now is the thing FEMA was actually created to do: steal American babies. Put you on a train and ship you to the middle of nowhere, where you will work for the Chinese government, who now owns the US because of the Federal Reserve. And that's why we need to go back to silver. Gold was a Jewish conspiracy. And now I have to go that far because all of you fools are like, no, he's actually right. It really was anime. I can't get over that. I was like, wait, we can't do this. Look at the shortest lived character on the stream, man. Done by a civil agency, neither militarized nor given over to an anti-political terrorism agenda. Instead, we see a climate change denying, domestic terrorism obsessed administration creating its own disaster, with a do-nothing Congress standing idle by. I mean, honestly, it's Ken Klippenstein, but that was a nice article. That was solid. I will say, when it comes to I don't want to be rude or crude because I actually haven't seen any of these videos that he is referring to. I didn't know about this tornado. Sorry, was it a tornado? What did he say? Yeah, tornado. I grew up when the tornado come out. Original, I guess. All right, Twister, not even tornado, right? Damn, that was bad. 1996, yeah, Twister. Great cover, great fucking cover, man. This is even good quality. It was outstanding cover, man. I didn't even bother watching that. Oh, see, I'm old school. I'm not like you people that watch Hollywood films. All right, this is what I grew up on. Tornado. No, I'd never seen this. Look at Twister, my bad. I can't, and I'm sorry. I cannot imagine living in a place where the fucking wind is your enemy. Like, I can't do it. Like, I mean, this is fucking terrifying. Like, the fact that you need to have like an underground bunker to hide in from the elements. Call me fucking all California people, this and that. I don't give a fuck. Call me. I was about to throw up something. Never mind. I was about to throw up some shit. Hold on. No. Steady. Let me hold something. All right, I got my phone. We're good. I don't understand it. Hey, a Twister sounds like a fucking nightmare, man. Muscle memory is wild. Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't even know, man. Anything like, especially like Florida. We're talking about Florida, like hurricanes. Fuck out of here. Twisters. Fuck out of here. No, I've never been affiliated with anyone or anything. And to God. But yeah, hurricanes, twisters, I'm out. I don't want anything to do with y'all. I'm good. Because you could get hit with an earthquake, and it could be a rough ride. But you're like, all right, cool. We're good. There's no such thing as like a small twister or a small hurricane. Like that's just gonna wreak havoc, And then I don't know. I feel like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I know I probably am wrong. I feel like twisters and hurricanes are just gonna get worse because of global warming. Are earthquakes affected by global warming? I look, call me ignorant. I don't fucking know, and I'm kind of scared to search this. Does climate change affect earthquakes? I don't know. The earthquaking? Oh, let's go to now. All right, let's see what the line. NASA has to say. What is the acronym? I know there's an acronym for NASA conspiracy. NASA conspiracy acronym? Yes. I know there's one. I don't remember. The internet conspiracy claims that NASA means to deceive in Hebrews. That's what it was. Yes. That's what. See, I remember. I was pretty faded, but I remember. And I knew, and here's the bad part. I knew it was some anti-Semitic shit. I remember that. I remember that much, brothers and sisters. How do you say this?
NASA to deceive.
Well, yeah, I know that. I'm talking about this. I need to learn how to say this. Hold on. Oh, is this how you say it? NASA lehonot. Yeah. Who's this? Oh, I like this guy. Let's check out this guy here.
Does NASA mean to deceive in Hebrew? Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. Let's take a look at a video.
I actually do like his breakdowns. This character brings the best out of me. The most honest, It's the thing is, the way I found this character, I was really diving into like, who am I fundamentally?
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. You know, like somewhere in the middle. Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Something like that, Georgie. Something like that.
All right, so I've seen a lot of sources out there on the internet that say that NASA, NASA, does not mean to deceive or deceive.
All right, let's see it.
However, as you can see, this is the updated edition, Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the Bible. And if you look at H5377.
No shit, huh?
Primitive root to lead astray, i.e.
No shit.
To delude, or morally to seduce, beguile, deceive,
Settled.
utterly.
Flat Earth W.
No, this is a...
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear. Just to be very clear, chat. And anyone listening out there. I'm not a flat earther. But I might be.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people, or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
That one's still up for debate. I want to make something very clear. Flat earther, I am not.
Hope for Humanity L, because that word is not pronounced NASA. It's not even pronounced NASA. It's pronounced Nasha, because that is a shit.
Close enough. See, they can't give you all the truth, ladies and gentlemen. See, what it is they know they're going to look into this, right? Because the chemicals haven't infected and polluted your third eye yet, right? And this is why I have my own custom homemade toothpaste that I make from old wax candles. But here's the thing, America. This is what I got to tell you. Nasha. After a few Coronas, after a few Tecates, Nasha, it's just NASA. So, all I'm trying to say is, have yourself a good American drink, and you tell me whether or not NASA is deceiving you.
In the middle position in that triliteral root. Additionally, it only means to deceive when it occurs in the hifil stem, and it only ever occurs in the hifil or the nephal stem, and those stems have performative morphological changes that are added on to them, which means that no one has ever spoken or written this word in a way that can even be pronounced nasha, much less nasa, much less NASA. This word, when it means to deceive, usually sounds something like yishu or something like that. It has absolutely no phonetic relationship whatsoever to NASA, because this is an idiotic conspiracy theory. And if you feel compelled to go on the internet to try to blithely leverage Strong's Concordance to try to prove what Hebrew words mean, stop, have a Coke and a smile, and find something better to do.
Well, listen here, brother. You might spew your Semitic gibberish, but here in this Christian and predominantly white space, let me tell you here, we're not falling for it. No, sir. I don't care what your fancy degrees back here say. All right? I know what my gut is telling me. Oh, really? Oh, really? You're believing this blue-eyed devil here? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me that? Look at these pupils. Look at, he's probably hopped up on who knows what type of amphetamines that the government gave him in order to get him to spew these lies. I don't know how bad my voice is gonna be tomorrow, bro. All right. Can climate affect earthquakes, or are the connections shaky? Let's get just give me a straightforward answer, man. This is why I use AI. Okay. Bro, come on. We've seen that relatively small stress changes due to climate like forcing forcings, yeah, can affect micro seismicity, seismicity. Where do you live? See an enemy. A lot of small fractures in the Earth's crust are unstable. We see also that tides can cause faint earth tremors known as microseisms. But the real problem is taking our knowledge of microseismicity and scaling it up to apply it to a big quake or a quake of any size that people could feel really. Climate-related stress changes might or might not promote an earthquake to occur, but we have no way of knowing by how much. We don't know when a fault may be at a critical point where a non-tectonic forcing related to a climate process could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, resulting in a sizable earthquake. And why then, and not earlier, he said, we're simply not in a position at this point to say that climate processes could trigger a large earthquake. Hell yeah, baby, West fucking Coast, my boy. Yeah, you all suffer with the climate change. We're good. We're fine. Our big, scary, bad shit. Earthquakes. Y'all keep your hurricanes and your twisters over there. We don't need skyscrapers. We're good. We're fine. Seismicity. Ah. Yeah. Jesus. Hey. It's not a tangent. This is why Vic didn't call it a tangent. This is a public service announcement why the West Coast is the best coast. I could have been born anywhere. But I thank God. I thank Jesus every day that I was born in the West Coast. Hold on. Yes, sir. Boy, I was sweating a storm before the stream. Oh, yeah. What are you talking? That's not appropriation. That was my AOC. What the fuck? I can't do AOC now? Wow. I can do AOC now. Wow.
Who's the little Puerto Rican?
That's wild. I can't do AOC. I can't do anything here. What is the point of having a Latino representation if I can't even do AOC? Y'all need to make up your minds here, because that's the best AOC anyone's ever done. Thank you very much. All right, let me see here. What time is it? It's 8:20. I'm not trying to sleep that late because I am still a little bit under the weather. Yeah, let's just watch a little bit of this. Do I want to? I don't like Shama. I don't really care for Ryan Grimm. I mean, all these people, I'm kind of like, I'm from like meh in the middle, like to like rape apologists and like fucking national socialists over here. My bad, I didn't know that was AOC. Thought it was just a typical evangelical pastor. Oh shit. Are you serious? I mean, I've never heard anyone talk like that other than AOC.
Future. You know, Reverend, you bring up a funny anecdote, and I'm proud to be a bartender. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with working retail, folding clothes for other people to buy. There is nothing wrong with preparing the food that your neighbors will eat. There is nothing wrong with driving the buses that take your family to work. There is nothing wrong with being a working person in the United States of America, and there is everything dignified about it. I, in fact, am encouraged when people remind the country of my past, not because of anything about my story, but because it communicates that if I could work in a restaurant and become a member of the United States Congress, so can you. So can you.
I just love just dropping it, going back to her regular voice, and then just picking it back up. Like, it just, she couldn't even commit to it. And by the way, I'm not even lying. This shit smells like jalapenos. Because my fat ass, I'm not even lying. I forgot that I had jalapenos. I usually... It's some bean ass shit, bro. I forgot I had the jalapenos. Oh, you're on the side. That's why I was sweating, but I forgot that I had left them there. And so I had like the towel on top of them, not realizing them. And I was like, what the fuck does it smell like jalapenos for? But yes. All right, so left. You hadn't seen this before? She's quite literally talking like a black evangelical pastor. I should know I'm getting traumatic flashbacks growing up Pentecostal, Jamaican. Holy shit. Oh, I need that sound drop. Yeesh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. How is that too? I was eating before. That's why I had to go put the food away. Too good. I don't know what I want to cover, honestly. Like, I guess we got to do this. It's not that fun. Because this is the Jew thing. Excuse me, Jewish thing. Because there's this.
And these
Okay, chat. I'll leave it up to you. What do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to see? We're not watching this here. We'll break this down. Let me know. 1, for watching like 20 minutes Shama Sawant talking shit about the DSA, kinda, or like, I don't know, 20 minutes of this fucking guy Washa Ali talking to Peter Peinart. 1 likes veggies, thank you so much. 2, Sailor Broken, 2. All right, librarian, there's no 3. Yeah, I mean, my name ain't Charles. 2, everyone's saying 2. Keeping it, Lizzo, only once. Librarian says anything but 1, 2. The 2s are winning kind of heavily. Sorry, are the 2s winning it or the 1s winning it? All right, no double voting. 1, 2, 2. Damn, bro. Hold on, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got 7 ones. No more voting. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the 1s got it by like 2 votes. How much can we get out of which one? Flawed methodology. A recount? Oh, it's a stolen election? It was fucking the ghost of Chavez? Now, let me see. Can I do a recount? Okay, hold on. One or two. Literally that. One or two. Let's start a poll. All right, there's a poll. The one or two. Let me know. Knitter says, bro, no one wants to hear about white people talking about how Israel is a moral conundrum no more. Democracy. We'll find out shortly. You know, my main goal today was covering that story about the women and girls in ICE concentration camps. So I'm cool with whatever afterwards. One is Shama Sawant. Two is Peter Beinart and Wajat Ali. Yeah, one breaking points to Peter Beinart. And what's going on with you? No way. What the fuck? Really? Boo. There's no reason to look at my phone anymore, so I completely lost track of that. It's because I need to log into the other chat. Yeah, no, I keep saying Chama, huh? My bad. It's because I need to log back into the chat to won by a long shot. Yeah, it's at 52% right now. It's at 50%. Yeah. You got 28 votes. Okay. No, which one to cover? Oh, it's 50-50? Okay, hold on. Let me log into the other chat real quick. All right. You can say I'm picking favorites now. All right, we're gonna give us like a minute to get your votes in, and then we'll. I tampered. You voted twice. Yeah. I appreciate y'all sincerely. If you make the default channel a mod, or you live channel, you should be able to make poll there without logging in the future. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think I was already a mod in mine, and it didn't let me. But maybe I need to up it like a mod with full access or something like that. Thank you so much. All right. I'm closing the polls. I'm closing the voting polls. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Well, I should have done a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, now I can't fucking end the voting poll here. Ooh, at 52%. Wow. Number 1. What was the final poll? Stop the steal. No absentee ballots. What was the final poll at in the live one? Honestly, was I even able to tell? I don't know what happened to the live one. Too big to rig. All right. It is what it is. We're going going Shawama. Wait. Shama. I keep saying Chama, huh? Well, typical leftist extremists didn't vote, so here we are. Sorry. The one thing is I don't want to hear her talk about how she came up in politics. So where are we starting? I don't want to hear crystal ball ass. Actually, no. Don't want to hear that. Here we go. No. Yeah, okay. I think this should be it. All right, let's get started with this. I appreciate y'all. All right. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Hit the like button if you like what we're doing over here. If you want to help support the channel, super chats, super stickers, memberships are turned on. If you want to help support the channel long term, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to Discord, where we have the unofficial book club currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. We got documentaries, watch alongs there, great articles and book recommendations. Just fun time over there to chill. And if you want to help support without someone skimming off the top, check out the Cash App. Hit me up there. I appreciate y'all. Everything is deculturation all the time. Let's get started, y'all.
Healthcare. And so after that victory, you then had the 2015 and 2016 Bernie Sanders campaign, which led to this kind of influx in membership for Democratic Socialists of America. And if we can put up F4, people can see the chart here.
Mind you, Shama Sawant is not a DSA candidate. Shama Sawant has never been in the DSA. So I do not understand what the point of bringing up DSA is to an independent, like, third-party politician. But okay, understand that this is why they have her on, to question her about smearing the poor, innocent DSA organization, not a party.
You know, it ticks down a little bit, and then boom, you see the campaign of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and you see DSA membership surging again. He effectively, challenged 3 incumbent Democrats in New York City, knocked 2 incumbent Democrats out, knocked out the kind of head of the Brooklyn party, who was backed by the outgoing incumbent. Then the DSA wins out in Denver, Colorado. They have a couple campaigns coming in Michigan as well, Detroit in particular. But talk to us a little bit about what your view is of DSA, which has become the kind of big story. I've seen you make an argument that their strategy overall is flawed. How do you square, how you understand the DSA with, how they've done over the last several months and years?
And again, my thing is, supposedly they're having her on because they just had her opponent on, right? The dean from Community. And so why focus on what her position on the DSA is? Why not focus on her platform? Why not focus on making the distinctions between her and, the person she's challenging? Mind you, this is 7 minutes into a 47-minute interview. So for me, it's like very frustrating of like, why are you making this conversation about the DSA? And I think the goal is for Ryan Grimm and Crystal Ball to let their DSA, their little National Socialist fans, know that Shama Sawant is not their friend, is their enemy, and should not receive their support, in order to continue to vilify individuals to their left, right? Because that's what they are. DSA are nothing but fucking lefty Democrats. Like, if that means anything, like that have any fucking value at changing this fucking world, right? It doesn't. What the DSA is meant to do is an organization meant to take any revolutionary potential, the fucking very limited one that there is, and channel it into the Democratic Party. That's why they have Hassan Piker as their spokesperson. It's as simple as that. It's not a complicated thing. If it was something more, it wouldn't be an organization within the Democratic Party. It'd be its own political party. And yet it isn't.
I think it's really, really important what's happening. I agree with you. These are historic defeats of entrenched Democrats like Adriano Espaillat and Diana DeGette, in New York City and Colorado, respectively. I mean, these were seemingly invincible Democrats, incumbents, and they were defeated. And it is a decisive repudiation of the Zionist agenda, of the pro-billionaire agenda that the Democratic establishment subscribes to. And it's really crucial because it is in the context of the Democratic and Republican parties, in my view, and this is part of the difference of strategy and also analysis that I have from some of the DSA leadership, which is that, in my view, the Democratic and Republican parties both are together are the two most powerful parties of global capitalism. And but the recent primary victories of the Democratic Socialists of America shows that, first of all, that tens of millions of working class people in the United States are angry. They are really angry at the status quo. They're angry about the genocide in Gaza, about the forever wars. And many of the people who voted for Trump are also angry because, remember, Trump ran on the agenda of ending the wars, and now he's become the warmonger in chief. And so there is huge anger in society. And so it's not a coincidence that you have Trump having very low approval ratings, but so do the Democratic and Republican parties. And in this context, the opposition to the establishment's agenda is winning victories. And so it is a confirmation of the dramatic shift in consciousness. I think all of that needs to then be translated into actual outcomes. And this is where, just to explain, my metric of success is.
Well, one thing, and I know this is going to sound like I'm being very picky, but I promise you it matters. So, like, I have a problem of not speaking directly to camera because I'm looking at my screen, I'm making sure I'm checking out the chat, this and that, and that's fine. In fact, some streamers will just straight up just be angled out, especially if they have glasses, because if you're facing forward, it's easier for the reflection to catch through your glasses. So if you're facing sideways and you have everything slightly tilted, you catch less of the reflection, right? So little things like that you pick up and you learn about. When you're a politician and you're doing like these online streamed video calls, you have to practice speaking directly to the camera so that it looks like for the audience, you're speaking directly to them, right? I mean, I have this option here. I never use it, but I could be like talking directly to you and just making it more personal, right? It's weird to me. You're not here to see me. You're here to fucking see me talk shit about the articles I'm reading or the videos I'm covering or whatnot. So I'm not too comfortable with this. I rather, I'm a humble guy. I rather just be like down here, I'm a man of the people. It's not about me. It really isn't about me. It's about us. Not me, us, right? So not us, Joe. But when you're supposed to be, a politician and you're supposed to be refined, her eye line should be up. Look at where Ryan is. Look at what, Crystal is. And I know, again, it seems like it's a small thing, but it really does help a lot in terms of reaching to an audience. So yeah. It is super awkward, but you have to get used to it. All right. According to the standards of being online, it's just the way it is.
Actual outcomes. And this is where, just to explain, my metric of success is not whether I win the election. Obviously, I have won 4 elections. So, and it was only because I won my first election, first of all, that we won $15 an hour, because at that time, the overwhelming majority of the labor leadership was opposed to 15. They were forced to get on board because of my election victory and because the majority of union members and non-unionized workers were excited about 15 and wanted to wanted to fight for it, and the labor leadership would have been exposed at that time if they didn't support it. So in that sense, election victories are absolutely crucial. But in my view, election victories are not an end in themselves. It's a vehicle. Winning an office, in my view, is a vehicle to build mass movements. And so the concrete questions will be similar questions that were raised when AOC was first elected and the original squad members were elected. What will you do with that elected office? And so concretely, the immediate question that will be faced, especially, if the Democrats win the House, is will you vote for Hakeem Jeffries or some other genocidal Democrat as the Speaker of the House? And that concrete question will translate into either there will be pitch battle inside the Democratic Party, or there won't be, and so the new Congress members will be schooled into accepting. And already we have seen Mamdani and AOC endorse Hakeem Jeffries. So that's the kind of concrete question I'm talking about. And I'm running as an independent, of course, and I'm happy to. If elected, I would be happy to work with the Democrats who want to fight alongside me for the working class people. But I'm just saying that the questions will be posed concretely, like that question about Hakeem Jeffries.
So, and look, man, there's other reasons why I really don't care for Shama Sawant, but really, I don't understand how, if you're trying to pursue higher office, this type of pitch doesn't work. It needs to be more, again, refined. And it sucks, but it's kind of like, you have to acknowledge where people's attention spans truly is. And that's part of your obligation. And so with this, like, she talked for a cool minute. And they're letting her talk because, one, she's actually saying something with substance for once, but not for once, sorry, or one, right, or what have you. But the problem is that they know that she's talking too long. She's too long-winded. And so they're allowing her to just fucking bore the audience. When in reality, what she should have said is, cut down that Hakeem Jeffries part. The difference is, I'm not going to endorse or support a Zionist like Hakeem Jeffries. And we should not allow even the DSA supported candidates to support somebody like Hakeem Jeffries. There's a reason why Hassan Piker was talking about Richie Torres. I'll see you in two, Richie. Richie, I'll see you in two. And not Hakeem Jeffries, who should be a bigger threat, should be the main target. Because he's the speaker, right? Or he's got the blessing of Nancy Pelosi and the establishment. But again, like, people don't recognize that as the true goal is to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries, but he's got the blessing and protection of the establishment. So whether it's Hassan Piker with Zora Mamdani or AOC, nobody's targeting Hakeem Jeffries.
How do you think that Zoran is doing? Because, just for myself, I see his victory in the New York City mayoral primary against the Cuomo machine and with all of the establishment Democrats either actively endorsing Cuomo, trying to undermine him, et cetera. I see that as one of the most consequential developments for the broad left in my lifetime, and specifically for socialists in my lifetime. I think we see that with the way he was able to use his political capital to get some of his allies elected both at the federal and at the state level. And then to your question of, okay, well, is he delivering the goods? In terms of his core campaign promises, he really is. The rent is being frozen. The buses are getting faster. He was able to cut a deal in order to expand free childcare.
And again, that's a fucking lie, right? The way that they call themselves independent media. If you were truly independent, you wouldn't need to distort reality. What is this? Not extend free childcare. What was this? So it was like we covered this. Where was it? It was like a limited extension I forgot what article we were reading where it was looking at the actual numbers, and it's just like a fraction of what's needed to actually fulfill his campaign promise. I gotta find it. I gotta remind her. I remember we covered this, where it's kind of like, all right, like stop the bullshit. Oh, here it is. I think this is what it is. Despite concerns about the massive cost of a statewide child care program for children up to 5 years old, with some estimates running around $15 billion annually, Hochul's team worked with advocates in Mamdani and found a feasible first step would be far less pricey. For around $1.7 billion in new spending this year, New York City would get free childcare for 2,000 2-year-olds and increase 3K options, while the rest of the state would get cash to beef up pre-kindergarten services and explore other childcare options. The governor also committed to funding the program next year, when 2Care would be rolled out to 10,000 New York City tots in 2027. So I'm not saying it's nothing, but I'm like, can we recognize that 1.7 billion is far below the estimated $15 billion? You didn't even get halfway there. Estimated to eventually cost $15 billion across all 62 counties. Robert Mujica, formerly New York's budget director under Hochul, and Andrew Cuomo says it's doable without new taxes. Well, shit. I mean, if he's on that road, what is this? Spectrum One News? I'm just saying, like, let's just be honest about what's happening.
So there, he's working on the grocery store. So he has been delivering in terms of what his camp. So there, he's working on the grocery store. So in order to expand free childcare. So there, he's working on the grocery store. So
look how frantic she was. Like, oh my God, I almost forgot the grocery stores. I almost forgot the grocery stores.
In order to expand free childcare. So there, he's working on the grocery store. So
she was about to say so there or whatever, move on. And she goes, oh, the grocery stores. Oh my goodness, we gotta talk about the fucking.
He has been delivering in terms of what his campaign promises are. If we could put F2 up on the screen. I know you've been very critical of him in the past, and I wonder if you.
Why are you asking her about Mamdani? She's not running against Mamdani. Why are you wasting your time trying to interrogate her over Mamdani when she's not running against them? Is she even in fucking New York? No. She was in the Seattle fucking city council, right? Or some shit like that. So what can somebody please in the chat, in the comment section, let me know why Crystal Ball is asking Shama Sawant about Mamdani in New York? I just need a little help. It's a little late over here. I'm a little sleep deprived. I'm a little bit under the weather. Can somebody help me connect those dots? Could it be possibly, maybe, just perhaps, that this isn't an interview about Shama Sawant? That what this is to vilify her, any third party, any independent, anyone to the left of the DSA that may actually challenge the status quo within electoral politics, right? Could that possibly be it? I don't know. They compare all the Desis to each other. You know what? All right, I take it back. I take it back. I co-sign this, Crystal Ball. We're on the same team, amiga. You and
How do I reach these kids?
promises are. If we could put F2 up on the screen. I know you've been very critical of him in the past, and I wonder if you still feel this way. You said previously you thought he was caving to the Democratic.
No. Let's read this. Why would you pull this up if you wouldn't read the whole thing? And there's dots. What the fuck? All this shows again how the main role performed by politicians who get elected as so-called progressive reformers is not to fight like hell for working and poor people, but instead to give cover to the billionaire class and their representatives. Mamdani should be building on the historic momentum from the recent election, which was a decisive repudiation of Trump. He should be organizing his hundreds, thousand campaign volunteers to go to war for the things he campaigned on, like free transit and childcare by taxing the rich. Instead, Mamdani is caving to the Democratic Party's pro-billionaire agenda. We've seen this show before, most recently with AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the so-called Squad. This is a total dead end. We need a new party of, by, and for working class, and we need independent fighting campaigns to help build the groundwork for such a new party. That's why I'm running as an independent revolutionary socialist against genocidal billionaire-backed Democrat Adam Smith. If you agree with me that instead of more sellouts, we need to wage class war back against the billionaire and both of their genocidal political parties, then join my campaign and donate and sign up to volunteer today at shamasawant.org. What I will say is please take the revolutionary shit out of your name. I mean, if you're gonna do the electoral, just take all right, whatever, fine. Maybe I'm wrong. Correct me.
Democratic Party's pro-billionaire agenda. You insinuated he was a sellout. You said that his approach was a dead end, but it looks to me like his approach is working. So do you still feel that he is effectively a sellout who is giving cover to billionaires?
I think if you look at what has happened, I agree with you, the rent freeze and all of that. And as I've said in previous shows, for me as a revolutionary socialist, I mean, I may have differences on various questions of strategy, but as far as working class victories are concerned, I support every single victory. And for me, that is a very, I insist on a non-sectarian approach, meaning that I might have critique, but having a critique of other leaders on the left, in my view, is not sectarianism. Sectarianism is when you refuse to prioritize the interests of the working class in order to prioritize, your petty differences or petty quibbles and stuff like that. And so is the rent freeze important for the working class, that is, whose lives are going to be made better by that? Yes, absolutely. The question, though, in my view, is everything else that's missing. And so it does bring up the question of strategy, which is how much can you win and for how long can you win based on the approach of trying to sweet talk the billionaire class, trying to make deals, as you said, Crystal, cutting a deal. I don't subscribe to the approach of cutting deals. I subscribe to the approach of using elected office to build mass movement. So his campaign itself, and I've been very clear about this, his campaign itself was very much, the approach he used was very much something that I have used in my campaigns, which is to mobilize thousands of people into action, literally having door knocking throughout the city and running on very concrete demands and being emphatic about repeating those demands everywhere you go in your stump speeches. All of that is very, very crucial. But then when you win elected office, what do you do with that office? That's the difference. And just to give you one very concrete example, is rent freeze important? Yes. But if you look at the big picture of what's happening to housing right now, private equity owns about 1 in 8 apartment units in the nation. And this is specifically very true in New York City. You're seeing Blackstone become the city's largest apartment owner, getting $225 million in tax breaks. All of this, these are just examples I'm using just to make the larger point that the big picture that's missing when we only look at, isn't rent freeze a win? Yes, it's a win. But I'm talking about the big picture of capitalism in which everything is going downhill for working people, not to mention the climate catastrophe. And so the approach that's needed is going to be a fighting approach that I've used, which is actually mobilizing hundreds of thousands of people into action. And just to, I want to
if I could just on that, Kasham, because I think this is kind of the core of, the.
Okay. respectfully, chat, be honest, in the comments, be honest. What the fuck did she just say right now? What did you take away from what she just said? Because she spoke for quite a bit. Can somebody just, help me out, summarize what she said in such a way that will highlight her main position or point against Mamdani? I just don't understand how, if you're serious about this and this is a route that you want to take, that this is how lack of media training you've achieved or focused on. I gotta quote this one. Lynn Stack says, "They look like former slave owners and have to listen to black people speak in public for the first time." Hey. Yeah, no, okay, so people are saying word salad, right? Shama, she wants to use mass movements to enforce the demands and not just to get into office. My takeaway was that small wins are only coming because he is capitulating to billionaires, basically not winning the right way through pressure from the people. Renfrey says a band-aid, something about how she sees her campaign as a way to organize a mass movement rather than focus on electoralism. She said the messaging was good, but he kisses up to billionaires too much. Okay. I think these are pretty decent breakdowns. Okay, here's what I would say. This would be my best summation of what she just said in the best possible terms, right? Just imagine, never mind, I was gonna say, just imagine Ryan Grimm on one end and Chris Wall on the other. Scratch that. No, don't imagine that. Don't imagine that, please. Spare me. Here's the best breakdown of what she said. And I'm going to use what y'all were saying as well. Is, unfortunately, Mamdani was not able to capture the energy on the ground by working class people that were supporting him. And he could have used that to achieve all his political promises by applying pressure to the status quo. By refusing to do so, he has normalized, the bare minimum, or what we should be viewing as a bare minimum, because we could achieve so much more with that type of energy and support by the people. And we owe that to them once we win. It does not stop at victory. It does not stop once we're elected. It does not stop when we get into office. That's when we need to start using that energy, because now we have access to power. And by enforcing the people's voices in those halls, in those meetings, we can accomplish anything. So what Mamdani has been doing by compromising with the Democratic Party is really betrayal of the working class people that went out there day after day, regardless of the weather, to campaign for him. Ooh. I'm not saying I'm great at this shit. I'm not saying I'm the guy. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, and you know what? I will say this, though. I don't think that this interview was fair to her, because what I was going to say is, you should be prepared for these questions. However, unless you're approaching this with the understanding that Ryan Grimm and Crystal Ball were going to be bad faith towards you and set you up for this DSA versus Shama Sawant, there really is no reason for you to prepare to answer questions about Zohran Mamdani. Right? Like there's no, okay, maybe I've been a little too hard on Shama. Because it's like, yeah, bro, like, you're right. Like, how the fuck would you? Hold on, I'm running in Seattle, or I don't know where the fuck she's running, right? I don't even, whatever. And it's like, she's running in Congress, sure, but where? Anywho. My thing is like, yeah, how the fuck do you prepare yourself to answer this question? Maybe I'm going a little too hard on her. Ignoring all the compliments. Come on, y'all. Thank you. No, but yes. Dash, you're right. Messaging discipline is key, man. Shout out to Dr. Ball, who talks about, like, I forgot what organization he was with, where they were running like the whole messaging discipline. That's so important. It's so valuable, and it's so, like, honestly, consistently, like, it should be the bare minimum, is knowing your talking points. And he talked about how that org, and please remind me if anyone remembers, is like, all right, you have a minute. All right, now you have 45 seconds. Now you have 30 seconds, and just like that, like sound bites. Bluebird Sop says, yeah, your first instinct is to tone police the women getting asked malicious questions by the white supremacists. I mean, with a name like Shawarma. Yo, bro.
Wait, what do you think about Luis Farrakhan?
I'll get better with the names.
You know, I want
if I could just on that Kasham, because I think this is kind of the core of, you know, the debate around your approach versus the approach of Zoran and the DSA. You know, I was personally, we'll just say, skeptical of when he came in and said, you know what, I'm not going to endorse against Hakeem Jeffries. And some reporting came out that was important to Kathy Hochul. And so I was kind of critical of that. I was skeptical of that. I was like, you know what, these people, they're never going to work with you. They're going to be adversarial to you. What are you doing? Well, I think that I was wrong and he was right, because ultimately we have to deal with the reality that Kathy Hochul is governor of the state. Donald Trump is president of the United States. We would like it if that wasn't the case, but that is reality. And he was able to secure a very significant win for working class people through being able to work with Kathy Hochul. Now, when he, for example...
I'm sorry, I got a little distracted. Did she clarify what that win was? I'm not even trying to be cute right now. Like, come on. Well, I think that I was wrong and he was right, because ultimately we have to deal with the reality that Kathy Hochul is governor of the state. Donald Trump is president of the United States. We would like it if that wasn't the case, but that is reality. And he was able to secure a very significant win for working class people through being able to work with Kathy Hochul. What is the win? Sorry, am I missing it? Did she say what the win was? Because that's so fucking vague. Like, in order to endorse Kathy Hochul, in order to endorse Hakeem Jeffries or refuse to endorse a challenger, you would think that with the amount of influence that he has, you would think that the victory for working class people would be substantial. If it was the daycare thing, we already covered why that is 1.7 billion out of the estimated 15 billion. And they're bragging about that? That can't be it, right?
Example, went and met with Donald Trump. He literally called the man a fascist to his face.
Are we still pushing this lie? Are we still pushing this lie? How are we still pushing this fucking lie, bro? Why? Why are we doing this? Zoran Mamdani never called Donald Trump a fascist to his face. What he did was go, yeah, I guess. Sure, maybe. After being told by his fucking master, yeah, go ahead, whatever. Bro, why are we doing this? Why the fuck are we... You know what's really disappointing? And I'll be honest with y'all. What's really disappointing is that you don't see anyone on the left really calling these lies out. What you do see is a lot of fucking liberals, a lot of centrists calling this shit out. Where it's like, why are you lying? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to lie about this. You shouldn't need it if he's truly accomplishing all these great fucking campaign promises.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify.
And just like El Sayed denouncing socialism, Mamdani does not defend socialism. He says, I'm a democratic socialist. I'm a leftist Democrat. Whoa, watch out.
Your answer to Stephen Nelson, he asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say
okay.
yes.
Okay.
He was about to start his bullshit. Like, he's about to start it. He's like, well, you see, yeah, well, what it is, I've spoken about,
I've spoken about...
And Trump just like, I don't give a fuck, homie. You tell him what you need to say. I like you, kid. I like your cut. You play your little character. I approve, he said. I approve. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic. It's just like, man. And they're bragging about this to this fucking day. This was 8 months ago, and they're still lying about this. He's still lying about it. Like, they never call him. He never calls them a fascist to his face. He's like, that's what he does.
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. This is what they're bragging about. Look at this. Look at this shit, bro. He's laughing. He's giving him permission. So I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. You're fucking lucky I don't fucking pull out the accent. You are lucky I don't fucking pull out the accent, man. You're lucky I'm trying to behave. Oh, man. Like I said, it's too easy. It's too easy. We'll behave for this. You know, well, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining.
This is what they're bragging about here. The yes right here. This is it. And this is what they're bragging about. God damn, bro. Come on.
It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And I wanted to ask you also.
Oh my God, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. Another grown-ass man pats you like that? Nah, bro. Look. Call me fucking machista. Call me fucking toxic. Call me all this fucking shit. It's fine. A grown-ass man pats you. Like, yeah, boy. Like, sure, buddy. All you have to do is give him a coscorron and that's it. Like, that's all he needed. To just fucking give him a little head pat. Call him champ. That's all that was missing, man. Look at this shit.
Than explaining it. I don't mind.
Jeez. Might as well been like, good game. You know? That's what they brag about. This is the shit that they brag about. Let me get rid of this.
I don't mind.
Wow, man. Wow. It's just so fucking pathetic. You know, that's what you want. You want your socialist hero to get fucking patted by a fascist. Fucking A. Yeah, call me sport.
He, for example, went and met with Donald Trump. He literally called the man a fascist to his face.
He literally called, literally. She's saying literally, bro. The word is literally. The word is literally. We just saw it. Crystal Ball is saying that Mamdani literally called Donald Trump a fascist to his face. This, I mean, we have to understand this is some Fox News level lying. How is this acceptable? How is this allowed? How is this not fucking ridicule? We should not be lying. We went over this last time. There's no reason to lie to people. Do not try and change reality. For what? For your National Socialist Project? Whoa, wow. Fucking worth it, man. What a fucking liar, dude.
He, for example, went and met with Donald Trump. He literally called the man a fascist to his face, but he also has not had the, massive invasion of New York City that we saw in, for example, in Minneapolis, which also has very important consequences for working people in New York City. So from my perspective, as someone who now is mayor of a city responsible for millions of people's lives and is trying to cut a balance between, a revolutionary objective, but also working inside a system as it exists, I think he's really struck that balance well of leveraging the mass movement that he built and that DSA has, but also being pragmatic and smart and getting wins for his agenda so that we can prove that socialists aren't just out there like, having a book club and screaming slogans.
Why is she saying socialist? Why is she talking about socialist? He said, I'm not a socialist. I'm a democratic socialist. We just saw that shit. It's just a lie after lie. And for what reason? Well, of course, to co-opt any leftist fucking movement in this country. She's consistently fucking lying, bro. It's exhausting. And then honestly, like, it's kind of a little bit demoralizing to be like, nobody's like calling this shit out. Like, it's one thing to lie about him to reactionaries, but like, why do this to Shama Sawan? Like, what is the goal here? Yeah, man.
We can prove that socialists aren't just out there like, having a book club and screaming slogans, that they can actually be trusted with power in the city and they can actually deliver measurable, concrete results for the people there.
Well, as far as delivering concrete results, I mean, just to say that we, through a totally different approach than Mamdani, we were able to win we were able to make Seattle the first major city to win $15 an hour. And actually now Seattle has the nation's highest minimum wage of $21.30 an hour. We won the Amazon tax, which is hundreds of millions of dollars every year, defeating Jeff Bezos in a city of around, less than 800,000 people. And we won a whole host of renters' rights in such a way that the corporate landlords, by their own admission, simply could not win in the 10 years that I was in office. And so as far as winning victories for the working class is concerned, I mean, these are massive historic victories that came from one elected office on, as an independent socialist with all the other people being Democrats. And,
with respect.
Yes, can I just respond to you?
With respect on that, though.
Okay, I understand that she's long-winded. And maybe it looks like I'm doing a shift here. I understand that she's long-winded. But it's like, why are you interrupting her like that? Especially when you're like conducting this very hostile interview. Where you're taking like a defense, and we've seen already consistently lying about what Mamdani has done and what the DSA is. Am I off? Like, was that really necessary? And I get it, like she's long-winded. We know this. But what did she say that was so like, I need to jump in there right now and interrupt? I'm being serious. Like, what was it so bad that she was like, hold on now? She's long-winded though. Okay. Minneapolis. Okay, wow. I forgot Crystal Ball compared this to Minneapolis, all over the map. So my perspective as someone, yeah, revolutionary objectives, sure, yeah. We can prove that socialists aren't just out there like, having a book club and screaming slogans that can actually be trusted with power in a city. Jesus Christ, man. I forgot how bad that. Wow. That's awful. What the fuck? How did I miss that? Hold on.
Leveraging the mass movement that he built and that DSA has, but also being pragmatic and smart and getting wins for his agenda so that we can prove that socialists aren't just out there like, having a book club and screaming slogans.
And that's why I missed it. Because she called him a socialist when he has not identified himself as a socialist. And mind you, another brown man that doesn't identify as a socialist, that is DSA endorsed, that Crystal Ball supporting.
Is rebuilding a health department in the city of Detroit, leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We had to go in there and work with a diverse community to be asking what are the challenges we face and how do we actually solve them. We were able to identify the fact that our county ranked the number 8 for medical debt nationwide, and we could eliminate that for a penny on the dollar. So we set aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million in medical debt. When kids couldn't get glasses, 30% of them would get tested positive for needing glasses and wouldn't get a pair. We put optometrists on vans outside of schools so that as soon as a kid got a positive test, they go out, get a full optometric exam, and get a pair of glasses delivered within 2 weeks of a vision test. Now, working with a diverse community of people, you come to realize that not every solution fits the same way. You've got to be thinking about a solution in the right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works.
I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The DSA, baby, you gotta love it. No fucking standards, no fucking self-respect, not a fucking party, an organization within the Democratic Party to rebrand the image of the new generation of Democratic Party establishment politicians. That's all it is. That's all it is. The pushback that they're getting is from the old guard that want to hold on to the way that things are currently, done. Even the younger individuals feel like they've invested too much into the characters they've created, the political, personas, to, find a detour or to switch up. The DSA is nothing but a rebranding PR organization. You gotta love it, man.
Right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works.
And call me racist, I cannot distinguish him right now in this statement from somebody like Cenk Uygur. Like this is what Cenk Uygur has said. I'm not a socialist. Like almost word for word, beat for beat, I'm a capitalist that understands capitalism. Pretty sure he was saying that when he was like crushing unions at TYT. That Emma Vigeland supported, that Hassan Piker was quiet about, the usual shit. Fuck it, we're doing it. Yeah, okay. I already claim I'm anti-Semitic, I might as well just fucking go all out. Where is it right here? Virtually identical. Let's see.
Equality is not always exactly as intended, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, there are differences between like what we can offer to every worker and how to do that. And the delivery mechanism for you is the state, and that's fine. And I understand that's a good concept. I somewhat agree with that. I'm not an anarchist, but my point is that there has never been a democratic process, and that in order to even achieve democracy, we need to have more political agency and more political autonomy. And the only way that we've kind of arrived at that has been through like labor unions and the power of collective bargaining and all of that applied pressure that forced FDR and previous administrations to implement modest social reforms to correct the aberration, to correct all of the systemic inequalities. Well, not all of them, but some of them. But ultimately, we still operate under the assumption that this is totally fine and the best kind of organization that we can exist under, and that is why we still have, as you will also admit, politicians that are always going to represent the interests of corporations. It's not a new thing. It's not just because of citizens.
Nah, bro, needing all these fucking notes, needing all these papers and a laptop to debate your uncle. Oh my God, bro. I need to have a larger ego. I need to have a larger ego. I don't know why I'm doing this fucking humble shit. What the fuck, bro? All this to debate Cenk Uygur. That is sad as fuck, man. That is sad.
How do I reach these kids?
That is pathetic. And of course, I mean, just a fucking, of course. Just the saddest fucking stickers. Let's get to Cenk's part. Let's go.
Has always been the case. And my, like, if it's a country that that there's always male landowners, or there's always some competing interests, let's put it that way, between the capital owners and the non-capital owners. Slavery is a very stark example of that. And so, but you should know that there was actually very large corporations around back then. The founding fathers actually despised those corporations. It was partly out of a revolution, not just against the British monarchy, but against those companies like the East Indian Company that they did that. The Boston Tea Party was not against the government, was not against the monarchy. It was against the British Tea Company that they did that. So, and they warned us about the takeover of corporations. Now, nonetheless, they were very affected by the capital situation in terms of slavery, et cetera. And but also you have to give it in its proper historical context. So, like, for example, people say, well, you know, Islam actually greatly improved the rights of women back then in that geographic area, and that is true. They had no rights, and Islam gave them some rights. I would counter that God should know that they should have full rights, right? Yeah. And
all right. We're okay. All right, stop. Jesus Christ, bro. God damn, bro. I tell you what, man. I mean, I talk a lot about these Christians, but god damn the caliphate. What the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ, man. Where the fuck is the rest of this? Hold on. And I hate that Hassan was like, oh, FDR. It's like, bro, that's the reason why you don't actually support or the Democratic Party is because of FDR. It's never going to work. Yeah, this is a nonsense one. My bad.
Socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The biggest threat to capitalism was never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buying a flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
That's a DSA for you. Reformists talking about regulation. Just so that we can pass all these regulations, we could have a temporary moment of, you know, the so-called middle class of alleviation. Things looking like they're going to get better. And then, of course, all those regulations, all those reforms start getting pulled back year after year after year, and we're back here once again. The Toa says Destiny's orbiters were calling FDR a commie last night. And I mean, that's my conspiracy theory. Full-on conspiracy theory is that you need individuals like Destiny, like Hutch, right? You need those people to make the Hassan Pikers look like they're actually on the left. If you're to the point that you're calling FDR a commie, or FDR's main objective, main goal is like, hey, I'm going to get rid of all these anarchists, all these socialists, all these communists, and by giving them a little bit of crumbs. And all the rad libs are like, yeah, we need another FDR. internment camps, woo! You know, like just, all right, bro. All right. Yeah. I want to say thank you very much to all the people helping on the Cash App. That means a lot, sincerely. Just thank you. Amazed. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's keep pushing forward.
That they can actually be trusted with power in the city, and they can actually deliver measurable, concrete results for the people there.
Well, as far as delivering concrete results,
Mind you, the concrete results are just what Democrats should have always been doing, or what Democrats could have always accomplished. They just didn't want to. They had no pressure at all. Because of FDR, you saw the dismantling of these radical organizations or these unions that lost all their fucking teeth, man.
results. I mean, just to say that we, through a totally different approach than Mamdani, we were able to win the. We were able to make Seattle the first major city to win $15 an hour, and actually now Seattle has the nation's highest minimum wage of $21.30 an hour. We won the Amazon tax, which is hundreds of millions of dollars every year, defeating Jeff Bezos in a city of around less than 800,000 people. And we won a whole host of renters' rights in such a way that the corporate landlords, by their own admission, simply could not win in the 10 years that I was in office. And so as far as winning victories for the working class is concerned, I mean, these are massive historic victories that came from one elected office on, as an independent socialist, with all the other people being Democrats. And,
with respect,
yes, can I just respond to you?
With respect on that, though, it doesn't seem that model has been replicable. I don't take anything away from you in terms of, we've talked before, we interviewed you back in Rising Days, et cetera, and followed your progress closely. I don't take anything away from you in terms of the victories you're part of securing. It doesn't seem that model has been replicable, though. And, one member of Congress, one mayor, one city council member is not going to be sufficient.
Here's where I'm going to push back, because I know in the live chat, who was it earlier? Ditter. You kind of brought up this point here. Whether or not this could be replicated. One, no, she's failing for not having an actual party behind her. I think they were doing like the People's Movement or whatever bullshit, where Nick Cruz, but another Nick was involved. Shout out to Renee Johnson for helping expose all that nonsense. So she was pushing that heavy. And it's like, bro, like, these aren't serious fucking people. These aren't serious fucking actors. Like, come on, like, let's get this shit together, bro. And so for me, like, it really is, I don't know what Shama Sawan's goal is, especially like when she's worked with people like Chris Hedges. Like, I don't understand. I'm going to try to be nice, but she is a trop. So it makes sense that a lot of this stuff is not quite adding up, right? To the point of like what we covered before, where it's like, you want to pretend to, yes, Nick Brana, thank you so much, who's a creep. Like, you want to pretend that, you're an anti-Zionist, but then you're like, well, BDS, yeah, it's all right, but also we don't want to affect the working class of the Zionist project. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? And so there's a lot of things where I'm just like, bro, like, I try not to engage in the whole inner left fighting, because we're not there yet. But the way that Shama Sawan moves is a huge reflection of why, like, there's something missing there. Not all trots, Walter Ronnie, CLR James. There you go.
Whereas with DSA, they're running hundreds of candidates. They've secured a lot of victories. They've done it on the Democratic Party line. And they're really winning the argument with the Democratic base, which now overwhelmingly supports the politics that you and I do, which to me is an extraordinary thing as well.
Because they're not a fucking party challenging the Democrats. They're an organization within the Democratic Party. They're the left wing of the Democratic Party. They're Democrats nonetheless. So whether they win or lose, the Democrats win. Whether they win or lose, the Democratic Party wins. That is not who Shama Sawan is. Never has been. Credit to her for that.
obviously the Democratic base supports it, but the Democratic base supports us too. I mean, I would not have won a single election had the majority of people who vote Democrat otherwise had also not voted for me as an independent socialist. As far as the base is concerned, yes, but that's not the question here. The question is what strategy works as far as the political establishment and the billionaire class is concerned. And you say that Mamdani and the DSA leaders have been leveraging mass movements, and I don't agree with that. They haven't been leveraging mass movements. In fact, they've been doing the exact opposite. And just to give you a concrete example, as far as Kathy Hochul is concerned, Kathy Hochul's back has been against the wall, had been, and so far, especially with the rising consciousness and the anger against the Democratic Party. So in my view, the job of socialists is not to help rehabilitate the political reputations of politicians who are widely exposed as sellouts, as arch-Zionists, as pro-billionaire politicians. And I would certainly not have done what Mamdani did, which is endorse Kathy Hochul in the midst of the New York City nurses strike at the same moment that she was writing executive order after executive order, helping the hospital bosses hire scab nurses in order to undermine the nurses strike. So in reality, it is our job to go much, much farther because capitalism is a ruthless system. This is class warfare against us, and we have to fight against that and make sure that we are exposing the politicians even further. Our job is not to forge a progressive alliance. Some sort of private alliance with Hochul. Similarly, with Hakeem Jeffries, we have to actually push back against that. And right now, the establishment is feeling the heat. And so at this moment, we should not be helping them. That is the part I disagree with. We should not be helping them. We should be going all out. And you know why? And I want to quote a political article here, which is saying it from the establishment side, but it's making the same point that I am making, which is that the capitalist class and their representatives, they are extremely malleable. They will try and adapt to find some way of continuing to survive despite the waves of revolt that come in every era. And our job as revolutionaries is to push back against that. And, they say that every movement becomes the establishment at some point. A lot of the elected officials who are in office now were once part of a movement. This happens every 20, 30 years. It's not a bug, it's a feature. So of two-party politics. So that's this guy from the Democratic establishment recognizing that, yeah, we need to present a different presentation in order to quell the revolt and so on and so forth. And I'll tell you one thing.
Did I ruin Trauma Savant for y'all? You know what I mean? Like in terms of like just it's just communication in this type of platform. Brevity is key. Like you're trying to hit fucking points. No. I was looking for Zora Mamdani marching with the nurses before endorsing Hochul. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is bad. But yes, what did I ignore? Who is cooking me now? Like what? What's the movie you're not liking? What's the critique of how she moves? He doesn't like her because she's a different kind of brown. Damn right. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, who is she associating herself with? Who are the legitimate people? She's associating herself with Nick Brana. She's associating herself with Nick Cruz. Even honestly, and y'all know that I like his writing style. I enjoy reading his books, even as I disagree with them and talk shit about them in the margins. Chris Hedges is not somebody that is worth political engagement when you're actually running a political party. So yeah. No, I didn't miss that. It's just it's so comical to be like, well, Zora Mamdani and DSA are accomplishing the goals that we're all trying to meet. No. And I've been saying like that's impossible because they're not a party, they're an organization within the Democratic Party about, rebranding. No. Yes, I know this for a fact. It was some types of like people's forums or some shit like that. What was it? It's with a K. Now y'all make me late. It's getting late too, so we gotta wrap this up soon. Shout out to the people that hitting up the Cash App because I'm like, all right, we got like another hour for sure on this then. I just never want to feel like I'm taking advantage of y'all in any regard. Generosity is fucking incredible. So thank you. I'm like, nah, let's put in the work. Let's put in the hours. Shama Sawan, is it People's Movement or something like that? What was that called? No, what was it? It's not her podcast shit. Is it 7 years ago? There's no way it was 7 years ago. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Nick Cruz is an organizer with the Revolutionary Blackout Network, which is a Black working class network of activists and citizen journalists focusing on empowering communities through education, organizing, and direct action.
We're matching now.
And he's here all the way from Kansas City, so give him a warm welcome.
No, bro. Oh, God. Okay, I got really. We're not doing those jokes. We're not doing those jokes. We're not doing those jokes. Oh, man. Dog, don't do this to me, bro. Oh, my God. Hold on. I'm trying real hard. I'm trying really hard here, but I can't help it. Please. I'm trying to be a good man. I'm trying to be a good person. I am trying my darnest. Believe me. I am trying really hard. I can't help it sometimes. This is all I'm seeing right here. Fuck, man.
What's poppin'?
That button. That button's about it. That's what, bro. Oh, shout out to Simplistic Linguistics in the Twitch chat. Literally said at the same time. Hell yeah, man.
What's poppin'? What's poppin', my friends, my family? It's great to be here. First, show me, raise a hand. How many people protested on the streets for a free Palestine and against the genocide that Israel was carrying out against the Palestinian people?
Holy shit, bro.
Well,
that is so... Where the fuck is the energy? Mind you, oh my goodness. Damn. Well, I guess they're in Seattle, so I guess it's.
I have bad news for you guys. According to Adam Smith, all you guys are fascists. My name is Nick Cruz. I'm the founder of Revolutionary Blackout, and I strongly endorse Shama Sawant for Congress because I strongly believe that we need to form an anti-Zionist, pro-working class movement to challenge the genocidal Democratic Party.
All right, bro. All right.
You can maybe win rent freeze with the approach of trying to sweet talk the billionaire class and their representatives, but you're certainly not going to win the big ticket items that working people need, which is universal.
I'm sorry. Bukaya says, I could tell they were white when he said, "What's poppin'?" He was trying to calm them down, like just. He's like, I'm not. I may look scary, but I ain't scary. I promise. I'm one of you. Is that so? Y'all know we only say that shit in their presence, like just like 80s kind of lingo to calm them down. That's wild, bro.
Public healthcare in actually dealing with the climate catastrophe and all of that. If you look at the history of how universal healthcare was won in nations like Canada and in Western Europe, it was absolutely because of the approach, the kind of approach that I'm using, and especially building new parties for the working class. Like, for example, in Canada, the universal public healthcare happened only because of the launching of what was called the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, or the CCF, which was a new party of the working class, them winning victories in Saskatchewan and them building public healthcare in that province, that becoming really popular, and the rest of Canada, working people in Canada clamoring for it, and then the Tories themselves becoming really, the ruling class parties becoming really nervous about that and instituting.
Dude, Ryan's like, oh, I gotta jump in here. She's talking about new parties. I gotta do something real quick. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm not gonna get the interviews. She's actually killing it at this point. She's actually on top of it. And you look at Crystal Ball say she's fucking heated, bro. She's starting to hot that way. She's heated at that. I love this. She's not having it. She's like, where's Sauger? Sauger, tell her she can't speak to us that way. Her caste is not worthy to speak to us in that manner. Sauger, where are you? The white woman? Okay, never mind. Bro, the moment she said, look at Canada, in order to get universal health care, which y'all use as a little fucking shiny keys, they had to create new parties to apply pressure. And this is her fucking face. Instead of being like, oh, you know what? You're right. Yeah, no, for sure. You're right. It's proven. This is how she's staring, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Like, if Shama Sawant just locked in the media training a little bit, that messaging a little bit, this is how she would have all the fucking whites, bro. This is how she has them rattled. A round of applause. Let's give her. All right. It only took 22 minutes. It only took 22 minutes for her to fucking land some solid punches coherently. Let's get a round of applause for Shama Sawant. All right, you got my vote. Look, holy shit! Look at the change. Whoa! Look at this. Oh shit! From like, you know, kind of annoyed, like this, the morning champagne, the morning mimosas are just keeping me calm right now, to let me speak to your manager right now. Right now. This alagobi was way too spicy. I asked specifically for medium. I know what I asked for. I don't give a fuck. It's a wrap. I don't care. Bro, this doesn't require reading. This doesn't require reading. Fucking Matt Murdock can see this shit on screen. Look at this shit. Fuck, bro. Like, this scares me. This terrifies me. This is some nightmare shit right here. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Terrifying. And just Ryan being Ryan.
Public health care nationally because they were so nervous about the CCF gaining political power nationally. And the same thing can be said about nation after nation in Western Europe. Those big victories that really changed people's lives were won only on the basis of a militant fight back. And that's also true of the New Deal. The New Deal was not won because of somebody making deals with FDR or whatever, or FDR making deals with the capitalists. The New Deal was won because of the 1934 Minneapolis general strike and the auto sit-down worker strike and an actual revolutionary mood in U.S. society.
Oh, the gulp! The gulp! Holy shit, the gulp! Look at this! Not the dry swallow!
The auto sit-down worker strike and an actual revolutionary mood.
Oh my God, bro. No, no. Shama Sawant got him sweating. Oh my God. The dry swallow is wild. Like, gee willikers, golly gee. It's sure getting hot in here.
In U.S. society, which really put the scare on revolutionary 34 Minneapolis general strike and the auto sit-down worker strike and an actual revolutionary mood in U.S. society, which really put the scare on the capitalist class, and they both were forced to concede. And so it's our job to wrest those concessions and not help in rehabilitating the political reputations of the sellout politicians.
I mean, bro, everything she said right there was on point. It's just it's heartbreaking. It really is. 22 minutes, almost 23 minutes. But it's just like, just lock in, bro. Just concise. Come on. I understand you're very intelligent. I understand you're very thorough, detailed. I get that. I appreciate it. Save that shit for the meetings, bro. This is not the time for that. This is not the time for that. And look, I'm gonna be honest with you. The general audience is already gonna think that you're intelligent. It's what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like, just, you got the glasses, you know, you got the accent. They're already primed to think that you know what you're talking about. And it might be xenophobic, it might be racist, it might be, yeah, all that shit. That's what we got to deal with, you know? I got people in the chat thinking I was affiliated over here. I'm just a simple, poor brown man trying to make it by. Law-abiding citizen. It's just the way shit is, bro.
I think that history is all accurate. I think the part that I'm confused about is why it wouldn't also apply to the strategy that DSA is undertaking. For instance, like if you compare their broad idea, they're a socialist organization that is.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not a socialist organization.
You know, going for long-term, socialist revolution in the very long term, but in the immediate term, they're
very long term. You know, we're talking in 100, 200 years. You know, maybe a socialist president of the United States of America. Bro. In 1,000 years, the White House has promised to us. The DSA is meant to have it. Yeah, bro.
trying to reform the system and trying to reform the situation for working people by running candidates in elections. Your organization, it was Socialist Alternative, then I think Revolutionary Worker that you started in 2024. Long-term vision of revolutionary socialism, short-term vision of reform for working people using the electoral system. They have now, well over 100,000 members. I think you could let us know what yours is at now. But otherwise, what's the difference between the two things? Like,
What's the difference? I'm sorry, was he just ignoring her the entire time? What's the difference? Holy shit, bro. Okay, now I feel bad for her. All right, you know what? All right, Brown, we're sticking together. Yeah. Okay. All right. God damn, man.
Like you guys both want higher minimum wage, you want higher taxes on the super rich, you want protections for tenants, you want to go after the landlord class. Like, what is the actual difference? It feels to me more like just kind of rhetoric and how we talk about each other rather than.
Is this motherfucker asleep? Was he like zoned the fuck out for 24 minutes? Did he get high with Emma Vigeland in the back? Like, what fucking, I mean, look, the best good faith interpretation of this is like he wants the audience to understand and better conceptualize, what the distinction is. But it doesn't even read like that. It doesn't sound like that's what he's saying. Well, it just sounds like it's just slogans and rhetoric. What's the difference? Oh, I don't know. One's not a fucking Democrat. Can we start there, chat? Can we just start there? One is not a Democrat. That seems like a pretty fucking big difference.
Something substantive. Like what am I missing? Like what's the fundamental revolutionary difference between your approach and what they're doing?
Well, I don't actually believe that the DSA leadership, or at least the part of the DSA leadership that we're talking about, actually agrees that capitalism needs to be overthrown. That is why they go around saying things like, we want to govern capitalism. I don't want to govern the capitalist system. I want to overthrow the capitalist system. That's not their view. If that was their view, and if, they can speak for themselves, but I don't think so. But if that is their view, then they're going about it in exactly the wrong way, because a big part of the task of revolutionaries is to actually expose the role that is played by the representatives of the capitalist system. Because, a lot of times people are clear about, well, is Jeff Bezos on your side or not? Of course, he's not on your side. And even that, sometimes it's not clear. But certainly there's far more confusion about the spokespeople of the capitalist system, including the Democratic Party and even the Progressive Democrats. So
we just saw this. Ryan Grimm sees this.
Our county ranked them thinking about a solution, and they come to realize positive test. They go out, get a full optometric exam. Socialism. I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who about a solution in the right way. Socialism. I'm not. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works.
And Ryan Grimm is like, what's the difference other than slogans and rhetoric? What I don't understand what the difference between socialists and socialists. I don't what's the difference? What is it? What's the difference? And it's just like, why do you do this to us? Why do you exist? I'm sorry, is Abdul not endorsed by DSA? American leftists aligned with the Democratic Socialist movement have been feeding modern Democrats. He's not endorsed by the DSA. So I had to go back to my to the Mamdani thing. Just liked by Hassan is wild. He's been endorsed by Democratic Socialists like Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Okay, hold on. Let me find out. So they haven't. Hold on. DSA officials and allies so political, they've already shifted organizers, volunteers, and resources towards battleground Michigan and Wisconsin, where progressive Abdul El Sayed is locked in a hotly contested Democratic primary for Michigan Senate, and DSA-backed Francesca Hong is gaining steam in her primary for Wisconsin governor. Both El Sayed and Hong are planning a series of major rallies ahead of their primaries and their campaigns, and DSA organizers are currently discussing bringing many of the movement's biggest stars, including recent winners from New York and Colorado, to generate attention and shore up the broader national effort. That will likely include a trip to Michigan from Rep. Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, who just made a major endorsement for El Sayed. It's DSA summer. We can't stop racking up the wins, said Emma Vigeland, co-host of the long-running progressive program, The Majority Report, who has campaigned for DSA candidates this primary season. We're seeing the accumulation of 10 years of democratic socialism become more mainstream. I'm going to print it out and clip this. Got to save these. Sustaining the summer momentum will be a tall task as the DSA and the insurgent left try to harness the infrastructure they need to extend their wins into the battlegrounds. The popular Twitch streamer Hassan Piker and Representative Rashida Tlaib are already planning to hit the trail to boost DSA picks in Michigan and Wisconsin ahead of the August primary, and DSA membership has surged according to national co-chair Megan Romer, with more than 7,500 new members signing up nationally since the sweeping victories in the Big Apple. So they're just treating him like that? Even though he hasn't gotten their endorse. Wow. Yeah. Wow, what a fucking why? Why did they do this? I mean, they did this with Graham Plattner. They recommended him, they didn't endorse him. I mean, they're just trying to be slick about it. Keeping a healthy distance while claiming like victories. Nearby, Michigan is shaping up to be perhaps the most important state on the primary calendar this August for the strength of the insurgent movement in the Democratic Party. El Sayed is not explicitly backed by DSA, but he's widely viewed within the movement as part of the same progressive project, and organizers are going all in behind El Sayed's Senate campaign. So yeah, basically all by name, all but in name. Yeah. Everybody in the coalition is on the same page, whether it be Justice Dems, whether it be Working Families Parties, whether it be DSA, Vincent Bortosino, Arrogant Strategies, a consultant firm that has worked with leftists running for office this cycle. He said Michigan is absolutely the next focus for the national movement. Man. Piker, who has been a highly sought-after surrogate for insurgent candidates this primary season, told Politico that he was headed to Michigan soon to rally support. Abdul El Sayed is not DSA affiliated. A lot of affiliated shit over here. Abdul El Sayed is not DSA affiliated, but he's a progressive fighter. He's a Bernie-crat, and I'm excited to help him out to the best of my ability. Fucking pathetic ass fucking people, bro. You can't even fucking hold the line. You can't even fucking push. I mean, this motherfucker did the same shit in LA, where he couldn't even. I mean, fucking shit, bro. Wow.
Substantive. Like, what am I missing? Like, what's the fundamental
a fucking brain, dog.
Revolutionary difference between your approach and what they're doing?
Well, I don't actually believe that the DSA leadership, or at least the part of the DSA leadership that we're talking about, actually agrees that capitalism needs to be overthrown. That is why they go around saying things like, we want to govern capitalism. I don't want to govern the capitalist system. I want to overthrow the capitalist system. That's not their view. If that was their view, and if, they can speak for themselves, but I don't think so. But if that is their view, then they're going about it in exactly the wrong way, because a big part of the task of revolutionaries is to actually expose the role that is played by the representatives of the capitalist system. Because, a lot of times people are clear about, well, is Jeff Bezos on your side or not? Of course, he's not on your side. And even that, sometimes it's not clear. But certainly there's far more confusion about the spokespeople of the capitalist system, including the Democratic Party and even the Progressive Democrats. So if you look at how, for example, one of the leaders of the New York City DSA recently responded about, do you think Chuck Schumer, what do you think about Chuck Schumer? And she says, well, I think generally I'm not opposed to him, but this and that. That is the type of thing that you should not be saying, because you have to oppose just somebody like Chuck Schumer. You have to oppose somebody like Hakeem Jeffries. So if
Bro, like, yeah, the normalization of Hakeem Jeffries is one thing, but to still 2026 talk about Chuck Schumer like that, pathetic.
if your goal is long-term revolution, how on earth is that going to be achieved by actually being in a solidarity with the representatives of the capitalist system? Look, the capitalist system does not work in that way. The capitalist system is class warfare against the working class. That's that's the, it's not because I'm saying so, that is so. And so a lot of these approaches of, let's make deals with the Democrats, all of this is presented as 4D chess, but it's not 4D chess. Ultimately, it is a sellout of the working class. And we have been through this over and over again. And at this moment, it may not be clear to some people, but in reality, it is pointing to exactly the wrong way. And as far as you all saying that this model has not been replicable, that is because it is very hard to do what I'm doing. When you do what I'm doing, it makes you enemy number one of the ruling class. And that is what many of the gatekeepers, many of the leaders of the DSA and others, they don't want to take on, because on a personal level, it makes your life very, very hard. But that is precisely the approach you need, let alone revolution. That is the approach we're going to need in order to win universal public health care. And so I don't agree with Ryan that this is just a historic point of view. This is not something historical artifact. Today, we need to win universal public health care. Today, we need to end all military aid to Israel. Today,
Oh, fuck this guy. This condescending piece of shit. Look at this. Oh, yeah, just put it in the bag. Oh. God damn, I fucking hate him so much, bro.
Today, we need to win universal public health care. Today, we need to end all military aid to Israel. Today, we need to end, to have a permanent arms embargo on Israel. How is that going to happen? I mean, Crystal asked Adam Smith the question, why is the Democratic Party even passing an NDA? Right now, the question that any of the DSA Democrats should be asking is, why are the Democratic Party even passing any, let alone co-authoring like Adam Smith, why are you passing any or approving any kind of 1 red cent for war funding, aside from veterans and from soldiers' salaries and improving their living standards? There should not be 1 red cent for war funding. But nobody in the Democratic Party is doing that, and the DSA leadership is allowing that to happen. That is what I'm talking about. So you can win small things, but even those small things, I want to be clear here, even things like rent freeze, you are not going to be able to win that on a long-term basis with this approach of sweet talking, because let's be clear, that rent freeze was won because the billionaire class is able to read the room. They're not stupid. They understand at this moment it is better for them, and this is what I mean by being malleable. It is better for them to make small concessions rather than have that mood of revolt grow even further, and that's their strategy. So my question back is, how are we going to win the immediate things that we need to win, which is, first of all, ending all military aid to the Israeli state, a permanent arms embargo on Israel? So this is about the Palestinian people.
Okay, at the end, it was a little, but, she brought it back. I just want to highlight. Yeah, she lost me again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she kind of like, derailed there at the end. I want to highlight this and wrap up, right? What the fuck was I gonna say? Nah, great, awesome. What the fuck was I gonna say? Damn, bro, it's late. I'm hungry. My stomach is rallying right now. My apologies, chat. My apologies. And I was about to wrap up. So one of the reasons, again, why she's like, hitting out of the park here, is the fact that Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump got along so well, because Mamdani was pitching to Trump how he was going to, roll back regulations and help promote, like, increasing, building and housing and all this shit industry, right? The housing industry in New York. That's one of the reasons why Donald Trump was like, no, I fuck with this guy. Was because Mamdani was like, yeah, we're gonna fucking build homes. And Donald Trump, being all about the real estate, was like, yeah, that's me, bro. People forget about that. That's part of the reason why they got along so well. And it's these concessions, right? They're compromises, and that's what they're normalizing. When in reality, the type of fucking energy that Mamdani had, it was disgusting. It was gross. It was pathetic. But nonetheless, he could have accomplished so much like that. And the moment that, even before going into office, he's like, nah, I'm going to keep Tish, the Zionist, in office. I knew there was no hope. That everything was going to be fucking breadcrumbs moving forward. That the actual battles were not going to be fought. And that was disappointing. But unexpected. Sorry, but completely expected. But I love the fact that she's like, nah, bro, this isn't just fucking slogans. This isn't just like a slight disagreement. It's the whole fucking thing. So credit to her. I mean, it got a little shaky there at the end, but I do want to say, I remembered now, is I do think that it's fucking pathetic. It's absolutely disgusting. I think it's inexcusable that Shama Sawant had to bring up the actual person that she's running against. Adam Smith, right? Some shit like that. John Adams. I don't know who the fuck she's running against. The principal from fucking Community. She had to bring them up like 28. So basically 20 minutes after being asked about him from the jump. 25 minutes later, the guest had to bring him up. Had to bring up who she's challenging, who she's running against, because these motherfuckers spent 20 plus minutes making her defend her position against the DSA in bad faith, where Crystal Ball was consistently lying. And this motherfucker apparently fell asleep. It's completely fucking inexcusable. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to support the channel, memberships, super chats, super stickers are turned on. Check out the Patreon. If you want to help support long-term, $2 get you access to the Discord. They have the unofficial book club currently on Meditations on Finance, Wretched of the Earth. We have cool watch along with documentaries, cool dope space if you want articles and new videos to watch and all that good stuff. So check out the Patreon to get access to the Discord. If you want to help out without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App in the description. Deculturation on everything. I appreciate all the support. Remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. And as always, we wrap up over here with the wise words and poetry of John Trudell. The man that helped save my damn soul. The beast, as always. In a whiff of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yastu.